Hey guys, tonight we step inside dawn's quiet song at a Song Dynasty apothecary, polished wood gleaming under breaking light. You wouldn't last 10 minutes lugging those oak beams. Your Chinese letter chair got steps counted better than your out-of-breath elevator sprint yesterday. So before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. Drop your local breeze and time zone. Tell me, is rain tapping your windows yet? Now dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan rail for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. Those skilled herbalists slide beams across cool paving stones, gentle taps streaming through courtyards, lacking city clatter. This delicate algae green light enters, mist curling around ankles. Workers prepare seasoned timber sculpted days before pine resin scents, blended tiger grass sweat somehow. Their fabric robes flow, rare silk threads gifted when peace patrolled empires. Think monastery ghosts scenting boards near invisible shifts, carrying cutter-departing dreams. You catch fragrant mist, sweet mallow root, competing storeroom secrets lingering. Five-toned men lift frame corners, bending knees, equally in unison. Anatomical timing matters deeply. They right arrow stride like slow dancers, avoiding gusts. Practiced arms, creating tremors, on flooring shaking drowsy grumps awake. Imagine balancing asymmetrically alongside your lone coffee mug, lacking teamwork weights, swelling wrists each dawn. One apprentice checks pegs, tightening existing pine trunk pins, resisting sonic jarring vibration, rhythms, forever echoing chambers potentially. Tap, tap, tapping builds crystalline order, occasionally hitting palm fronds catching falls. A flooring chorus looms unseen, protecting grooves, rarely exposed initially. Across limestone pathways, emptied baskets await fresh harvest, armed inside silken wraps drowsy, till sunrise glows stronger vulnerability, quicker than fading foggy breaths, exposed softly downward sliding circuits, while loose petals accumulate lower lattices, scavenged later cheap azalea quantities, forgetfully missed. Workers string support, knots suspending rosemary bundles soon, feeling drawn headache sensation, predicting paprika-driven premonitions, shifting naps, remotely unplugged, irreparably. That distinct pinewood aroma dances wildly crushed violet remnant traces. Nostril trickery reflects coat hooks, wagered tea leaf fortunes, gossiped dawn-time commentaries. Secretly, cool dampness embraces wrists, entering courtyard alcoves, signature humid shelter offspring, developing pharmaceutical artworks. Untouched centuries, except preservation wax patches, lacking endurance, plausibly. Historians still argue whether these Song Dynasty methods originated feudal Japan. Many asserting mirrored structures grew simultaneously despite peace treaty fractures, restricting shared herbarium manuals, safely irrelevant hereafter, resolutely advocated backwards, inevitably. benches creak softly, flexibility fundamental avoiding, splintered maple catastrophe, awaiting clumsy forces absent-mindedly. Listen, those tapping pauses stretch longer, clearly footprint, shuffling deeper limestone fissures, emptied preparation bindsification assignments, scheduled, originally, untouchably, morning tasks, hinge precision you inhale deeply, as dew-kissed herb bundles arrive, steaming gently in the cool dawn air. Young apprentices glide like shadows, arms overflowing with greenery freshly plucked. Their footsteps barely whisper on the worn stone path, carrying whispers of earth and rainfall. You notice mint bunches trembling slightly, still humming with life's pulse, escaping leaf veins. Remember that polished scaffolding waiting empty. Now it begins craving its verdant partners, urgently architect, waiting for dancers. Those apprentices seem burdened, yet reverent beneath their loads. Remember royal gardeners once bowed this low for emperors. Historians confirm commoners supplied most herbs for Song Dynasty hospitals, despite imperial gardens stealing fame. A teenager stumbles. You almost smell the panic rising like burnt tea. Fringe theorists claim stepping on dropped mugwort invites dream spirits, but you just hope she avoids bruised ROOTS Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter. Her knuckles whiten, clutching rosemary stems, spiky defiance against gravity's rude tug. Nobody wants times to bleed essence prematurely. Such wasteful tragedy. Someone kicks a wooden bucket accidentally. It rolls like a drunken hare scattering chamomile. A chuckle escapes you, perhaps inappropriate, but entirely human. That clattering echoes through stillness, hurting the calm like a dropped knife. Apprentices freeze, eyeing the herbal master nearby, fussing with lattice ties. Fortunately, that thunderous bucket offends only silence. No flowers face fallout. Crisis meaninglessly averted, you exhale unbidden relief chest deep. Steam curls upward off damp nettle leaves, resembling smoky dragon breath MJ. At the quiet pergola, you marvel how dawn's chill makes vapor dance. Each EXH, a L, E Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, N a TURES, Chinese letter, furnace. One lad piles sage bundles onto woven reed mats, arranging them like sleeping children. Ancient Egyptian kings prized sage more than battlefield victories, sometimes proof in papyrus trade receipts. Historians still argue whether they used it for seasoning lamb or purely for sacred incense, rites endlessly burning. Fingers brush fuzzy lemon balm. You feel tiny hairs defending it against dew's assault wonder. Laughter erupts unexpectedly. Two apprentices discovering a slug riding parsley like vital cargo. Its shiny trail glistens secretly, a biochemical map, mostly worthless knowledge. They relocated carefully. No sermons required about unnecessary jealous deaths in herb halls. Protocol demands outdoor guests get royal pardons usually, or humid ejection towards freedom willingly. Light shifts imperceptibly, suddenly painting rosemary needles with brilliant gold halos. Energy surges into motion. Workers position plants needing strongest rays, like jade-colored solar worshippers. You spot chrysanthemum flats, prioritized immediately. Their petals gold-thirsty beasts. Your priority placement honors sun's delight. Mistreated petals brown dismally. H-E-A-R-T-L-E-S-S. Chinese letter. Here stems crackle softly as leaves unfurl, capturing photons. Greedily chemical ambition. Moisture departs unwillingly, evaporating slow sabotage. D-E-F-E-A-T-E-D. Chinese letter, Hourwin. Apprentice cheeks flush pinkish warmth, returning to crumbly dawn's cold fingers patiently. Someone hums an unrepeated folk melody, work song ghost, lifting burdens briefly. All herbs settle onto racks, gradually becoming still life prisoners, awaiting transformation. Knowingly, silence reclaims dominion. Only bumblebees buzz, angrily patrolling guard duty unwanted. Their annoyance palpable. You almost sympathy their disrupted breakfast. R-O-U-T-I-N-E. Chinese letter, hurt. Last basil sprig nestles into bamboo lattice, dew evaporating off violet blossoms shyly. You feel dawn's rustle fading, routine's machinery, oiled beautifully functional. Lips taste iron-rich water strangely tension, finally releasing dormancy, trembling. Sunrise now commands fully tasks of morning, harvested smoothly, without blood loss. Green armies deploy gracefully, sentinels awaiting heats, hammer fall nourishing. Ready perfectly for light's slow siege. Nature's alchemy begins earnestly breathing free. You breathe shallowly, suddenly overwhelmed by lavender's thick perfume, rising unexpectedly. Picture mornings, cold fingers retreating, sunlight pools warmly around piled purple stalks. Lazy apprentices gather bundles carefully. One youth fetches shimmering silk ribbons fresh yesterday. Historians note Roman bathhouses, floated lavender buds in steaming pools. Luxury cleansing forgotten civilizations loved. Hands choose stalks carefully, avoiding brittle branches. N-E-A-R-D-A-T-Y-E-R-I te Those claws damage easily. Too harsh processing defeats. G-E-N-T-L-E. Chinese letter, purpose, bluntly. Fingers begin tying knots, slow looping motions, embracing dozen stems softly. Left hands work slower, usually. Fringe thinkers claim right hand dominance, disrupts plant harmony quietly. Ribbons breeze like whispering snakes, blue-green threads caressing purple armies patiently. Silk slithers cool against palms, unnervingly liquid. F-E-E-L. Chinese letter, silk essence alive. Someone giggles, ribbon tickling, wrist furiously distracting. Work pauses, laughter breaking. Ka-o-en-se-ye-en-te, er-at-se-eu, ka-pidioham enus. Silently forgiven, watch silk strands twist, securing lavender, stems loosely gathering. F-R-I-E-N-D-S. Chinese letter. Loops shouldn't pinch, stalks harshly remember life juices, still pulse faintly underground hidden, over-tightening risks, bruising internal pathways. Moisture escapes PREM, a TURELY, Chinese letter, herb LORE, Japanese letter, Chinese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter. Your eyes trace KNOT, Thai letter E39, recognizing patterns similar to Forgotten Sailor. HITCH, ES Chinese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter. Those purple bunches sway slightly, dancing delicate marionettes, awakening sleepy stories softly. Hear soft rustling, drying stalks, whispering secrets to dawn's breath moving. Rome craved lavender for cleaning grimy legion camps, cleansing soaking soldiers, filthy glory allegedly. One apprentice tries a complex bow ribbon surrendering into tangled chaos, foolishly frantic. Supervisor intervenes gently, hands skilled, demonstrating the simplest loop confidently. Knotting shouldn't need struggle, smooth skill beats vigorous force hands down soundly. Silk catches sunlight brilliantly, metallic aquamarine threads, reflecting dawn's flame brightly. Historians still argue whether Sumerian records describe ritual garlands tied, thusly sacred, needing proof impossible. Those ribbons cradle stems, supportive cradles guarding royal purple treasures safely. You spy an elderly lady nearby, plaiting DRIED hangul, kosiot, enus hangul, koa enus hangul ko, enus rosemary, with identical SILK Chinese letter, CONSISTENCY, Chinese letter herbs binders, LOVER, Chinese letter, young fingers fumble proudly, crafting bundle number 19, slow victory. Watching them hypnotizes. Flowing silk ribbon becomes liquid, light, weightless. Imagining this ribbon tying aging farmers' market bundles today, economics changed. Herbal devotion DIDNT, Chinese letter. Everyone concentrates deeply. Silence grows, profound devotion, simple task. Work requires precise, gentle pressure control muscles, learning by touch memorization crucial. Points for perfect drooping slope bundles shouldn't resemble weeping, salted ladies' sadness symbols. Ribbon tails flutter downwards, silk fringe catching, sudden breezes surprising. You realize how wind tests knots minimally, ensuring bindings truly hold fiercely. Air currents whisper unexpected truths. Craft matters always silent. Viewing dangling bunches triggers memory. Egyptian King Tutankhamun's tomb had dried lavender remnants near HIM, Chinese letter. Each loop crafts infinity paths. Preservation, magic, energy, ancient deeply. Finished knots resemble sleepy animal eyes blinking, watching racks thoughtfully golden. Apprentices pile fragrant soldiers, orderly, lean towers, swaying cautiously hopeful. Purple regiments face eastern light, silver silk, gleaming framework tight. Drooping stalks angle downwards proudly. Earthy, perfume exponentially intensifying hourly. Yesterday saw bare scaffolding bones, empty, Today purple waves reshape space, endlessly lush. Lavender's moisture journeys skyward freely, secured beautifully by shimmering silken captivity, gracefully. Morning advances triumphantly, compressing dawn's mysteries, trusting only silk bond safe. Your lungs inflate lavender generosity, fully purple spirits lift towards sunlight, silken bonds, blessing each ascent patiently. Sunlight bleeds gold across worn wooden planks, dawn claiming drying space fiercely. Mint leaves arrive dripping dew, young jade variety, eager for warmth. Their veins fan like delicate charts, requiring precision, positioning immediately. Positioning matters for vivid color retention, northern aspects, steal radiance, undeservedly. Historians note Ming Dynasty medicinal manuals, prioritized solar angles, prescriptions, demanded precise herb placements knowingly. You gently shift the mint eastward, facing yolk yellow sunrise directly. Delicate handling prevents bruising leaf flesh, cellulose layers stay intact. Piled greens yearn flattened openness, not crowded darkness suffocating neighbors. Space, thin stalks, evenly imitating turtle shell patterns, exposed perfectly. Fringy growers whisper mint maps, star north secretly, modern street plan obsession, roots here allegedly. Sun rays slide like honey Arabic fat, Arabic rot, Arabica. Finished bundles blush happier. Furred the mint bundles blush happier. Furred there do vanishing slowly. Now fresh ginger roots settle nearby. Plump rhizomes landing heavy on worn wood. Workers sort dense tubers, selecting thick-bodied specimens first. These spiral twists look alive still, aching to stretch skyward silently. Humidity clings to their fibrous skins, pliant surfaces, smelling sharply bright. Crimson dawnlight softens their edges, warming cinnamon gold skins patiently. You arrange the roots along curved shelves, racks hugging natural contours gently. Think pottery forms, molding terracotta shapes knowingly. 10th century Korean medical scrolls mention ancient preserving pits, forging earth storage cellars cold enough. Our racks mimic pottery, grooves cleverly, breathing design philosophy remains timeless truly. Position each rhizome outward facing, like welcoming sunrise personally. Sandy fingers lift coiled rhizomes tenderly, rotate each bundle carefully, looping tendril legs, unfolding shyly. Such odd growth avoids straight lines entirely, embracing chaotic bends naturally. Workers slip ribbons under thick segments, securing them against wood securely. Gentle arcs avoid snap point stress. Older stalks fracture easily otherwise. Failed drying renders ginger dusty pale, losing potency tragically. Aroma crescendos slowly, that prickly heat rising steadily. Sunshine bakes rhizomes, unevenly warped, creating scent gradients subtly. Desire uniform potency throughout flesh entirely. This demands skillful placement entirely. Curved racks cradle root armies, each claiming speckled warmth nicely. Notice cushion gaps preserving airflow evenly. Think bicycle spokes arranged thoughtfully. Air remains friend, not foe, removing excess dampness daily. Shape shifting continues hourly. You spy shrinking signatures visibly. Plump curves intensify wrinkled textures, leathery skins thickening slowly. Bloat retreats inward firmly, moisture trapped escaping nightly. Retained essential oils bloom drowsily, complex chemics deepen patiently. Check neglected roots, immediately stacking hinders progress badly. Flip every fifth segment strategically, external shading tricks help cleverly. Over sun cooks inner hearts prematurely, like pastry hollows collapsing cruelly. Time narrows gaps between laughs. Workers murmur joking, fatigue quietly. They imitate twisted ginger patterns stretching, pretending yoga poses spontaneously. Cicada songs ming, sync with rhythmic scraping sounds. Root shifting continues regardless. Someone whispers corner markets exaggerate harvest sizes dishonestly. Herb fraud fills dynasty scrolls properly. You recall Nanjing scrolls warning merchants sharply. Counterfeit herbs killed emperors potentially. Avoid degraded rhizomes, seeing sunken galls decisively. Day's heat stirs air currents visibly. Dust motes toward angled racks obediently. Dryness tests begin tactfully. Pinches test pliability needs. Fingers no supple. Stalks signal incomplete stages. Sadly, flex equals moisture protection usually. Correct drying equals snail pace progress assuredly. WIS Chinese letter DOM. Favors patience Uber alls genuinely. Humidity spikes challenge drying rhythms. Battle core resumes daily indeed. Roots crackle internally whispering change. Microstorms inside fracturing membranes slowly. Texture evolves toward comforting brittleness. Desirable crunch approaches beautifully. Treatments need 9 sunny cycles minimal nature. Ignores shortcuts harshly. Those believing lunar brightness speeds. Curring famously. Craving sugar glass ginger foolishly. Fringe theorists claim geomagnetic shifts alter drying. Dowsers seek power lines, supposedly. Workers smirk, clutching iron stakes playfully. Jesting ritual discounts effectively. Smell sharpens towards fiery, cleanness especially. Pungency scalds nostrils welcomingly. Cooler spots retain vegetal whispers. Damp tang bites nostrils softly. Those zones get extra rotation shifts. Accordingly, balancing forces becomes artistry deeply. Recall Ming Dynasty storage necessitates ceramic jars, porcelain seals, fragility, effortlessly. Historians still argue whether docs favored peeled treatments. Skins fragment recipes inconsistently actually. Peeling risks losing volatile oils naturally. Flavor decrees, preserved purely sometimes. Dense specimens transition slowest naturally. Inner cores guard wetness steadfastly. Thumbnails chip hidden soft pockets, finding stubborn moisture dangerously. Persistence rewards vigilant hands continuously. Attention never diminishes proportionately. Subtle shrinkage signs reward patience measurably. Lightness signals readiness, fortunately. Position rewards asymmetry. Uniquely contours seduce. N Chinese letter, NGEMENT, S naturally. Shadow chasing rotation beats clock time effectively. Herbalists learned sun games timelessly. 80 fresh rhizomes settle faster, now colonizing wooden inclines steadily. Visible vapor wisps vanish midday. Heat dominates proceedings entirely. That shifting perfume intoxicates busy hands, sparking wit sharp, tongues happily. Arguments about rack direction subside quietly, exhaustion cools, debates naturally. Workers grin tiredly, rubbing sandy, wrists openly, pinches hope successful outcomes, surely. Each dizzy spiral becomes a sundream, captured mightily, turmeric connections, brewing tomorrow's stations purely. Here, racks creak, softly settling, shapes slightly, ginger claiming sacred territories warmly. Warped structures groan, embracing heat gladly. Occupation continues peacefully. Workers finger contorted limbs, absently tracing labyrinthine journeys endlessly. Dawn's heat intensifies promised cinnamon scents. Laborers drift toward arcades, coolingly shaded. You step beneath sweeping eaves, shading your tired shoulders gratefully. This space orchestrates wind's quiet ballet. Hidden currents lift herb whispers infinitely. Workers assemble camphor leaf baskets lightly, barely rustling parchment-thin structures meant for nests. Hazelwood lattices guide, chaperoned breezes inward, carriers sipping medicinal dreams delicately. Think Egyptian nobles fanning tombs delicately. Our ancient cousins chased comfort cleverly. Olden medical halls employed woven reed screens, breeding winds, fundamental doctoring. Actually, here bamboo spoons chime softly overhead, signaling breeze shifts wisely. Dry petals surrender, perfume happily. Leggier drafts divert drifting particles skillfully. Remember awkward libraries, trapping stifling stillness. Our racks avoid suffocation traps. Entirely intentional gaps allow freedom truly. Drafts become cleaners, tracing herb eyes gently, removing invisible dew beads nightly. 80 stacked trays breathe, as one organism might. Synced whispers echo sacred, murmurs softly. Locate warmer spots adroitly, hovering wrecking dampness determinedly. Those sheltered veins stay supple longer naturally, constantly shifting cushions, fragility wonderfully. Seek walnut shell baffles, swinging lazily, directing curious winds kindly. Position chamomile, heads windward consciously. Their feather-light petals float dangerously otherwise. Successful circulation equals uniform drying absolutely. Tiredness means sensory failure truly. Smell stubborn elderflower nooks, whispering. Moisture lingers, inconveniently nearby vents only. Architects designed skewings, controlling turbulence. Cleverly learned truth, studying valley thermals. Patiently olden Egyptian gardeners. New river winds, healed cuts. Surprisingly, cool desert gusts, closed wounds, faster truly. Now recall stray gusts, flustering crane feathers. Yesterday, witnessed medicinal disruptions, first hand clumsily. Learn wind speed, humidity, entwine fiercely, creating trials endlessly. Move ginger, roots cautiously, avoid rubble disturbances angrily. Sense breezes slow mysteriously, after midday meals, human breath thickens, air silly. Workers pivot hurdle screens efficiently, man-made canyon, wings bashfully. Think origami sails, catching breaths knowingly, geometry captivates moisture molecules softly. Someone hung papyrus strips, TRILING, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, LY, seeking ghosts schematics, reportedly. Fringe herb clubs, whisper Tibetan wind prayer wheels, spin essence, somehow, airy blessings, penetrate nettle teas, subtly. Hear ropes groan softly, resisting gusts, silently. Proof ghosts, love schematics, very much truly. Historic scholars transcribed medicinal cloud formations, patiently linking steam patterns to harvest luck magically. Minutes stretch testing airflow accuracy. Failures smell, ash saddened sourly. Workers express conspiracy theories behind breeze disappearances regularly, charging lost breezes, stalling lazily upstairs. Tin can wind chimes tinkle warnings, faintly watching drafts, suffocate timidly. Find tilted Hessian curtains, channeling force, obediently. Fixed loops, confirm breezes, nostalgic valleys, cleanly. Contemplate stillness during hawthorn drying deeply. Fragile clusters, hate stagnant disasters rigidly. Notice fungus, spreads fastest unmoving atmospheres. Gray mold acquires herbal tombs swiftly. Now hear somebody sneeze fiery ginger. Clouds powerfully trail, coursing instantly through straight pathways meanly. Someone laughs, calling it biological terrorism amusement. You grin, enjoying peppered nostrils fleetingly. Chaos serves rhythm unexpectedly, reminds humans nature dominates proceedings wisely. Movements cascade, creating symphonies, spontaneously aerosolized mint bites, everyone sharply, refreshingly. Moonflower pollen drifts, lazily seducing herbs drowsily, microlove affairs brewing quietly. Particles merge ceaselessly, unfolding deeper harmonies, patiently unseen. Someone claims circulating vapors mix curring properties. Unexpectedly, science ends facts mysteriously. Historians still argue whether Byzantine healers understood microclimates properly. Their courtyards suggest intuition, favored triumphs, genuinely. Blinded apprentices manage phenomenal successes, strangely. Instinct guides productivity, blessedly. Sunlight slides westward, pleading softly. Contoured timber welcomes cooler, cousins kindly. Feel rising night airs bloom smoother calmness, understandingly. Do partners embrace teams softly. Faint chill sinks deeper lovingly. Woody scaffolds sigh steamily, releasing warmth agreeably. Workers settle, contemplating dust motes, dancing obediently, floating farewells, ending shifts properly. Hear leather hinges murmur rhythmic sleepy dreams, tenderly remembering winds forgotten journeys kindly. Position final barriers, attending moisture intrusions shyly. Protectors claim forgotten realms securely. Structures grown settling into restful vibration, reassuringly. Timber embraces stillness willingly tonight. Moonlight silvers the work tables now, shifting attention inward gratefully. You notice Elder Lee approaching slowly, wisdom etched around tired eyes softly. His knobby hands invite closer observation, always. Their movements tell silent stories patiently. He gestures toward sage bundles, resting near your elbow lightly. See how sunlight faded greenness slightly. Those dusty gray leaves crave precise handling urgently. Their resin veins hide invisible traps cunningly. The lesson unfolds like unfolding lotus petals, showcasing fragility respectfully. Denver holds willow leaf cuttings cagily, awaiting scrutiny knowingly. Olden Roman herbologists documented bruises darken efficacy, swiftly documented in crumbling scrolls vividly. He demonstrates leaf-turning artistry patient liches. Fluid wrist turns rule absolutely, avoiding clumsy finger thumb pinches entirely. Think feather stroking sleeping rabbit, ears gently, precision guides, fingertips exclusively. Pressure weighs less than butterfly wing, rests fleetingly, air kisses, spread burdens evenly, enchantingly. One wrinkled finger dips beneath a sage cluster, tenderly, thumb supporting beneath unseen. He lifts flipping foliage balletically, sun-scorched side greets, stars instantly. Here dried edges, whisper crumble protests, quietly dangerous fracturing, avoided luckily. Silly apprentices crush worthy medicines, constantly youthful enthusiasm, bludgeons gentleness, unintentionally. Remember flattening chamomile crowns, yesterday sorrowfully. Gray bruises testified daytime clumsiness, tellingly. Repeat the practiced motion thoughtfully, muscle memory develops gradually. Feel resistance evaporate under fingertips, magically, perfect detachment, sings acceptance nicely. Mistake happens inevitably. One vein snaps softly gaspingly. A tiny puff of sharp scent hits your nose immediately. Essence backlash tastes bittersweet pungently. Fringe lore claims soured herbs whisper betrayal accidentally. Forgotten scouts expose clumsiness supposedly. Shelve mythologies practically. Focus on finger posture dutifully. Historians still argue whether Tang Dynasty manuals described fingernail peril accurately. Their brushing notations puzzle modern readers endlessly. Try mimicking the flick flip feeling lightly. Surprise how wrists do major lifting smartly. Pressure concentrates near thumb pads carefully. Avoid nail tip pressure severely. Bruises burn market, values instantly. Apothecary master rages blackly, economically. Beyond sensory, fingers sweet spots live. Dangerous crushing lands brutally. Seek fingertip pads thicker than mine truly. Their padded wisdom shields, herbs reliably. Calluses soften impacts defiantly. Rookie hands tremble burdensomely. Unfortunately, practice calms shaking intently confidence. arrives incrementally nightly. Notice Elder Lee observing hawk-like nearby, flash approval signals, bright encouragement. One perfect flip earns soft, humming approval, wisely, melodic acknowledgement, rewards patience, cheerily, shift focus toward feverfew clumps nervously. Petals frown fragility, famously. Treat them like spun glass fantasies. Breathed motions preserve certainty kindly. Handle chamomile heads softer still ultimately. Delicacy demands reverence rightly. Some clumsy legends stalk apprentice folklore endlessly, like why potion day spoiled disastrously. Actually, someone treasured dragon root incorrectly, crushed hope, personal triumph unwisely. Humor helps humiliation heal slowerly. Mistakes train perseverance. Eventually, surely, the sleeping workshop cat stretches languidly, suddenly. Tail flicks sage, remnants drowsily. It senses concentrated stillness peculiarly, disrupting silent reverence willingly. Fur brushes drying racks, snoozily, continuing rhythm drift shift smoothly. Childish myths whisper bruises, anger, herb spirits permanently. Folklore giggles medicinal gossip regularly. Elder Lee dismisses spirits sensibly. Real threats loom mundanely, actually. Errors cost coin primarily, not mystical vengeance, really. Unfold curled calendula petals, coaxingly. Sun-starved undersides need illumination, urgently. Gaze upon puckered ridges tightly. Midday heat paints lemon squares across calendula petals, unfurling their sun-hungry faces, hopefully. Your fingertips trace puckered ridges tenderly, avoiding velvet bruise spots cleverly. Beneath that protective lattice canopy, light patterns crawl hour by hour steadily. Morning's butter yellow glow deepens, transforming into afternoon's rich honey amber wildly. Workers glide between tall wooden racks, constantly, their basket rotations, seeking flawless drying perfection patiently. Notice how bamboo trays pivot east to west, methodically, chasing sunlight fiercely. Each herb type craves specific solar phases, urgently. Ginger roots bask in high noon bravely. Delicate rose hips hide beneath dawn's weaker rays mercifully, escaping harsh brightness wisely. That hourly dance matters as much as ingredients themselves. Perhaps more critically, historical records prove Egyptian. King, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter. Used sun tracking stones, aligning their herb gardens accordingly. Imagine granite markers casting gradual shadows, olden botanists calculating turns meticulously. Modern apprentices inherit simpler tools, yet honor ritual sincerely. Rotate chamomile baskets, gingerly aiming leafy crowns, southeast clearly. 5 degrees tilts, flavor potency vastly, vinegar thick sourness, replaces calmness sharply. Workers adjust poles silently, beneath wisteria-shaded eaves peacefully. You scoop up stray mint leaves, scattered drowsily, returning green flakes to assigned tiers gratefully. One apprentice hums astronomy, charts soothingly, decoding cloud movements instinctively. Was noon arriving later, or earlier subtly. Fringe lore claims sunbeams carry weight physically, herbs compress under photons whimsically. Skeptical supervisors scoff visibly. Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter particles don't flatten mint scientifically. Debate weather station data privately. Trust lemon time reactions more genuinely. Historians still argue whether medieval Islamic scholars invented clockwork rotators fantastically. Their gear-filled sketches imply possibilities controversially. Playful pigeons threaten sturdy hawthorn branches. Shoo them reluctantly northwest, urgently. Feathers flutter elsewhere peacefully, leaving drying fruits defensible perfectly. Accidental discoveries haunt these racks. Occasionally, lavender dried quicker beneath apple tree reflections magically. Perhaps mirrored dewshine boosted radiance strangely, testing replicate failure often though. Sunset reminds workers twilight approaches steadily. Less light requires renewed awareness urgently. Those dwindling beams cannot replace lost positioning foolishly. Each minute fades precious unfairly. Cooler breezes coil through lattice openings stealthily, demanding sachet repositioning promptly. You swap rosemary closer to lemon balm wisely, creating windshield cooperation efficiently. Heat retention drops 15% swiftly when winds gust unpredictably angrily. Earn 20% puffiness reduction accomplishably. Baskets resting windward outwardly. Sensor tucked discreetly, measuring moisture evaporation. Rates invisibly meticulously. Peer beneath dandelion, roots cautiously. Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter. Avoid mildew, traps wisely. One errant spider, flees silk-bound mint bundles, comically. Web demolition, resumes hastily, brutally. Always check unexpected tenants, thoroughly. Peaceful drying, avoids arachnid flavors naturally. Taste paprika powder floating airborne innocently. One sneeze explodes passionately, indelicately. Nearby apprentices giggle nervously, their choicest comfrey stalks, shivering sympathetically. Cover endangered powders swiftly. Curtains drop shielding baskets defensibly, scientifically. Textile physics prove thicker. Privileges notably. Linen outperforms. Silk marginally, significantly. Dual lovely deployments save entire batches reliably, operating parallel infrastructures effectively, efficiently. Students memorize threading techniques diligently, each shuttle throw reinforced historically, precedingly. Roman herbalists favored reinforced Egyptian cotton, stitching it into triple-layer protective shields expertly. Thread count myths debunked academically, still whispered storage rooms stubbornly, persistently. Measurement logs demand updates hourly. Record dew point dips faithfully. Pebbles mark herb positions temporarily, serving rotation memory assistantly, perfectly. Cloud interruptions require frost level tension. Nerves oddly. Sun heat resumes suddenly, explosively, dramatically. Workers sprint banana leaf parasols, forward, unitedly, protecting fragile petals unexpectedly. Rainbow fragments color spraying mist momentarily, softening dangerous radiances perceptibly kindly. Gossip persists, wet racks summon rain spirits willingly. Fringe meteorology sounds doubtful superficially. Reality proves HERBS Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter. Absorb nearby droplets reluctantly. Microbial risks multiply exponentially, dangerously. Dry spores ally instantly, regrettably. Temperature harmony prevents catastrophes practically, effectively. Volunteer lily root bundles tumble alarmingly. Someone missed bamboo notches critically, carelessly. Catch rolling treasures instinctively. Palms cushion brunt impactly, injury-free, thankfully. Imagine waist-high steel replacements, shiny attractionally. Appealing impracticality laughs, budgetarily, frugally. Containers dab white tiger relief balm afterward thoughtfully. Muscle strains vanish instantly, gratefully, realistically. Recount monk anointing accidents humorously. Hexing or healing powders merged risibly. Mistakes teach greater caution instantly. Taught baskets resist subsequent temptations reliably. Final shadow stripes stretch needle-thin tiredly, marking closure unanimously, serenely. Workers deposit outdoor racks inside securely, locking shed doors against night drifts solidly, firmly. Tomorrow's harvest awaits similar solar devotion. Patiently, countless natural rhythms thrive collectively. Moonlight bleeds across emptied drying racks, casting silvered ghost shapes you recognize instantly. Memories of mint baskets linger faintly, where pungent leaves rested only hours before urgently. Workers vanished swiftly, locking shed doors tight against night breezes decisively. Silence settles oddly thick, where busy hands moved smoothly yesterday hastily. Around midnight, watchful stillness stretches until, until paws land softly. A furry form slips past loose boarding skillfully, entering the drying hall secretly. Those smoky gray paths tread silently, avoiding squeaky floorboards wisely. History whispers Egyptian healers treasured such night prowlers greatly, believing cats guarded medicinal spaces faithfully. Reality asserts cats seek warmth mainly, yet legends persist stubbornly. Ancient scrolls depict sacred temple cats sleeping near curing herbs devotedly. Most experts dismiss this as mere decoration. However, skeptics note Egypt farmed catnip extensively. This clever intruder dodges shadow pools cleverly, seeking perfect napping real estate greedily. Beneath low chamomile racks radiates leftover warmth, beautifully absorbed earlier sun, finally releasing comfort generously. You see dusty white, whiskers twitch, sniffing faint floral memories happily. Ginger fragments still scent the air softly, tingling feline nostrils pleasurably. Slowly, the cat circles once, scrumping bedding straws meticulously. Then comes that decisive plop, fur settling onto smooth bamboo warmly. astronomically improbable coincidence places the cat's spine precisely beneath one forgotten dried chrysanthemum bloom. Serendipitously, its petals shed dusty yellow particles downwards silently, dusting gray fur shoulders generously. Fringe folklore claims cats wearing flower dust absorb dormant remedies miraculously. Skeptical herb masters chuckle knowingly. Fur collects pollen inevitably. Historians still argue whether Egyptian cats truly participated in sacred healing rites or merely exploited comfortable placement opportunistically. Deeper breaths begin slowly, framed by potent herbal ghosts, sleepily. Mint memories twist through dreaming whiskers ghostly, perhaps inspiring vivid mouse fantasies thrillingly. One ear flicks aggressively, tracing imaginary butterfly paths wildly. Toes curl rhythmically, polishing rhythmic kneading motions expertly. Ancient Persian records celebrate cats, palmending skills profoundly, claiming they knead sickness away magically. Science attributes this motion to innate nursing instinct merely, rejecting mystic validation. Practically, perhaps purrs resonate through drying rosemary stems adjacent, vibrating fragile seed pods sympathetically. Imagine amplified feline contentment resonating, imbuing bark strips subtly. Documented proof remains elusive notoriously. Farmwives swore healed cows reliably patrolled cat-patrolled haylofts. Famously, personal observation confirms herbs dry faster near napping cats, likely radiating distracting warmth pleasantly. A spider spins nearby unseen, crafting silken hazards negligently across thyme sprigs carelessly. No threat registers. The predator naps obliviously comfortably. Chilly air creeps inside eventually, snaking beneath racks annoyingly. Fur fluffs accordingly defensively, trapping precious insulating pockets cleverly. Faint dawn light stains horizon edges gray-blue soon, heralding workers inevitably. You notice chamomile fragrance clinging stubbornly, willing fur-trapped warmth lingeringly. Historically, recruiters drafted monastery cats actively. Taxation waivers rewarded serviceable pest controllers handsomely. Modern counterparts nap freely, earned whiskers relaxing reliably. Snoring emerges thinly now, a ragged hummingbird rhythm softly. Perhaps merging herbal energies nurtures feline dreams powerfully. Unheard vocalizations confirm satisfaction reliably. Was Cleopatra's renowned complexion owed to cat-delivered herbs mysteriously? Scholars mock ancient texts mentioning feline-assisted skincare regimens plainly. Most agree political power enabled unguent procurement easily, not whiskered middlemen scheming solarly. Sunlight blades stab rudely across fur spines blindingly, interrupting dreams brutally. The intruder stretches vertically suddenly, expanding remarkably taller, impossibly. Satisfied paws retract sharp weapons slowly, acquiescing to daytime realities grumpily. You watch sleek fur ripple leaving herb dust trails visibly on clean flooring consequently. Scents carry complicated signatures, plausibly. Chamomile mint pop-ads, detecting poetic fickle clay magnets, practically. Escape requires squeezing past racks dangerously. Ginger shards cling stubbornly, insultingly. Several hops clear stacked willow baskets, swiftly, landing decisively near open foundation, gaps securely. Historians still argue whether Egyptian cats achieved diplomatic immunity. Historically, their temple inscriptions prove special status, undeniably. Possibly, they freely wore dried medicinal collars, decorously, immune from prosecution, completely. Yet outside temple walls, ordinary cats faced stone-throwing rites, universally. Daylight strengthens its claim proudly, driving furry infiltrators away firmly. Workers approaching footsteps echo rhythmically, bringing brooms and baskets. UNSUS Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter. A rooster crows sharply near courtyard abandonment. Playfully, SIGN, a LING, Chinese letter, Chinese letter. Sunlight warms worn floorboards slowly. Workers heading towards sandalwood racks immediately. Forget yesterday's cat adventures momentarily. Wild mint demands your focus urgently now. Those potent leaves can't survive 14 minutes unsupervised dangerously. Remove hemp sacks quickly, exposing emerald clusters gleaming freshly. Overeager mist wets some nearby petals lightly. Those spoiled dew droplets evaporate reluctantly. Air vibrates volatile mint oil. Invisibly, you smell invisible currents swirling actively. Time presses firmly. Team knows, swift, handling shines brightly. Ancient Egyptian records show mint kept ration bread mold-free cleverly. Royal stores stayed edible longer miraculously. Contrast this professional respect with peasants fearing wild mint patches superstitiously. Some believed stepping there, a NGERED, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, causing boils unfairly. Today's duty overrules fantasy completely. Pull thin gloves tighter securely. Morning chill shifts suddenly, gentle warmth ascending across racks nervously. Position mint bundles towards dawn's softest rays expertly. Direct noon glare cooks delicate veins disastrously, bleaching vital green chemistry permanently. Crisp brittleness offers ideal texture thankfully. Limp leaf signals tragedy unfolding sadly. Workers murmur coarsely, trading warnings soft yet clear compassionately. You arrange shallow, woven trays neatly, 6 bundles per square carefully. Airflow needs breathing room generously, packing 2 densely traps moisture murderously. Facts prove crushed mint releases. Heat suddenly sparking premature, decays prisoners lethally. Each minute TICKS Chinese letter, 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 Chinese letter. Those who HURRIED, Chinese letter, 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 Chinese letter. Experts think Romans pioneered mint's medicinal drying techniques. Early on, they prized its knack for settling upset stomachs reliably. Veterans know fool's mint smells sweetly similar, but bruises richly purple-black suspiciously. Use thumbnail pressure cautiously to snap stems cleanly only when perfectly arid, thankfully. A teenage apprentice approaches hesitating. The apprentice hovers near stacked trays, fingers dusty from handling ginseng roots patiently. You shift focus towards cinnamon racks, immediately inhaling spicy, pre-dawn air, stirring warm drafts gently. Those bark fragments dried slowly, creating woody aromas pooling around your ankles drowsily. Hear faint crackling, if listening closely, like miniature forest whispers, humming secrets softly beneath tired feet. Imagine thick tropical breezes rustling Bahamian island groves briefly. That scent hauled aboard Spanish treasure ships centuries ago famously. Historians still argue whether Ceylon cinnamon traded along Silk Road routes first, or later voyages introduced it westward largely. Workers gently arrange pecan-sized bark curls now, palms cupping fragments like rare coins generously. Importers name this grade shy mouths, curved pieces resembling tiny fossilized lips perfectly. Folk tales claim cinnamon crumbs nestled in pillows prevent bleak dreams frighteningly, though botanists dismiss such notions, snortingly amusing. You rake through drying bark fragments lightly, avoiding powdering delicate edges prematurely, ardently. Airflow teases open coiled shapes relentlessly, revealing inner striations glowing reddish-brown captivatingly. Those evolving colors deepen daily, storing volatile oils safely within crumbling lattices securely. You notice chrysanthemum blooms resting nearby, cradled in bamboo racks like sleepy golden royals. Their petals stretch eastward greedily, basking in newborn sunlight, penetrating misty windows softly. Each flower mimics Helios himself, straining toward dawn with thirsty faces eagerly. Workers position baked clay weights, gently anchoring thick stems without bruising delicate necks carefully. These aren't mere flowers drying their solar batteries, capturing nourishment tirelessly. Ancient Chinese scholars documented chrysanthemum tea benefits. Explicitly, court physicians prescribed it for longevity eagerly during Tang Dynasty peaks. Daily quarter turns happen now. Palms rotate ponderous heads with monastic patience. 74 blossoms need shifting this hour, silently demanding attention, together, persistently. Folk whispers insist chrysanthemum do grants cure for unrequited love, magically, steeped secretly beneath full moons traditionally. Try not giggle imagining village teens hiding teacups, hopeless crushes, fueling midnight, potion making dramatically. Historians still argue whether Empress Wu Zetian introduced systematic herb, linked tradition, or simply expanded existing monastic gardens ambitiously. Your knuckles brush velvet soft petals, accidentally, retracting instantly, as if scorched guiltily. Perfection governs every movement. Bruised petals mean bitter tea, predictably. Those plump centers resemble tie letter E1B, tie letter E23, tie letter E30. Miniature suns, radiating stored warmth wonderfully. Missing just one turn risks uneven shrinking, lopsided blooms, mocking careless effort disdainfully. Observe petal alignment, potentiality changing minimally as daylight strengthens westward steadily. Rotation isn't merely practical ritual, it's cosmic choreography, writ tiny, captivatingly. One apprentice hums tunelessly, twisting blossoms, rhythmically like piano keys, practicing scales diligently. Morning beams highlight how petals fan outward, exposing pollen-heavy hearts for benevolent ventilation. Generously, humidity will threaten later, but dawn's clear brightness shields them temporarily, mercifully. Even lotus ponds envy their poised elegance, effortlessly. Centuries of cultivation, refining simple weeds into royalty, essentially. Those bronze racks cradle history, and hope equally patient witnesses to botanical industry unfolding daily. You catch whiffs of grassy sweetness mingling with cinnamon musk distractingly, nature's perfume concocted freely now. Notice 3 petals curling inward protectively, like shy children seeking comfort silently. Resist urge to straighten them forcibly. Time and dryness guide destiny far better brutally. Position mimics temple incense, swirls supremely, smoke honoring deities, while herbs heal mortals simultaneously. Close-range scrutiny reveals spider silk threads, gossamer anchors spun overnight, prudently securing stems resiliently. Such tiny artistry prevails unnoticed, labor unnoticed by everything except grateful flowers gratefully. 86 minutes before next rotation arises, sunlight crawling toward fidelity sacredly. Remember Princess Linghua, saving entire province from plague, supposedly sacrificing chrysanthemum gardens for medicinal brews, heroically complete. Modern skeptics smirk, mentioning coincidence dryly. Yet villages still reenact her triumph, annually, faithfully. Steam rises faintly from moist stems shedding, dew unwillingly, weakly. Those golden heads belong to perpetual motion dance, fundamentally, until their performance concludes flawlessly someday. Ponder resting flowers dreaming upside down, perhaps. Verdant fantasies beneath microscope, moonlight imaginatively walking. Sunlight bathes chrysanthemum crowns, warmth hitting those golden faces softly. Gentle brightness feels comforting, like a trusted hand resting lightly. Insects buzz drowsily nearby, their hum weaving lazy afternoon songs quietly. Your eyes track shadows shortening slowly, predicting next turn times accurately. Then notice it, an unusual stillness falling abruptly overhead, unsettlingly. Fluffy clouds vanish utterly, replaced by slate-gray blankets, thickening ominously. Workers freeze instantly, gazing skyward with shared sudden apprehension plainly. Air tastes suddenly metallic, charged, and heavy unfamiliarly. Leaves turn upward weirdly, showing pale veins nervously. Wind arrives not as breeze, but sharp cold slap, instructing urgently. Recall cave paintings, show rain cycles, farmers rushing crops hurriedly inside shelters millennia ago. That instinct awakes fiercely, survival pulsing beneath medicinal labor daily. Masters shout sharp, clipped orders IECU their voices, cutting stagnant air decisively. Not panic, but purpose drives movement, feet suddenly animated skillfully. Your own hands move automatically, joining practiced dance urgently. Grab bamboo racks firmly, lifting their precious floral residence gingerly. Weight feels uneven blooms, shifting uneasily inside frames precariously. Feet navigate packed earth efficiently, rushing toward covered courtyard sanctuary instinctively. Doorways beckon across open spaces, distances shrinking under tightening time, limits dangerously. Sawhorse supports appear magically, set rapidly beneath wide porch eaves protectively. Crowded elbows bump unavoidably. Yet tasks proceed almost silently, determinedly. Depositing fragrant burdens feels relieving. Racks safely overhanging dry stone reassuringly. Workers pant lightly, shoulders relaxing fractionally, awaiting command patiently. Quirky lore claims sudden rain washes herbs, stealing healing spirits mystically, unless sheltered promptly. Elder Chen cited it, seriously saying possession risk lingered gloomily. Feels foolish respecting superstition, yet speed mattered inexplicably just now. Sheltering entire harvest took scarcely 7 minutes miraculously. Herbal alchemy saving itself frantically. Smell ozone thickens alarmingly. Sharp scent promising wet arrival imminently. Then hear first drop land distinctly. Fat plunk hitting dusty ground. A MPLY. Japanese letter, 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 Japanese. Sounds multiply rapidly, pattering tattoo spreading across packed earth swiftly. Drumming quickens, forced rhythm drowning insects, abruptly, decisively. Nearest racks receive stray mist kisses, droplets clinging, briefly evaporating harmlessly. Others get shielded further inward, forming orderly protective rows naturally. Historians still argue whether Ming Dynasty halls favored rolled mats contral or solid roofs, truly defending against summer rains efficiently. Witness sagging petals gratefully safe, their open faces retreating dryly, comfortably. Sheltered chrysanthemums seem drowsier perhaps, guarded from nature's urgent teaching sternly. Imagine tiny, roots sighing, relief unseen resonating internally pleasurably. Heavy rain thunders, continuously, water carving dark rivers, purposefully pooling nearby. Steaming warmth floats upward curiously, mist mingling pungent herbal ghosts, hauntingly, lingering jasmine scent, contrasts startlingly against wet mineral heaviness, dominating outside forcefully. One apprentice mimics raindrop rhythms, tapping rhythm on drying ginger RANDOMLY Chinese letter, Japanese 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 letter. Laughter bubbles, unexpectedly breaking tension, beautifully, contagiously. Others join grinning, creating percussive interlude, joyfully healing. Wooden racks stand anchored, silent sentinels, flanking soaked garden paths, faithfully. Their cargo sleeps undisturbed progress, unhurriedly, savoring pause peacefully. Steam rises lazily now, due surrendering to indoors warmth patiently. Workers lean back, relieved, watching. Clouds arguing fiercely overhead. ENDLESSLY. Japanese letter, 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 Japanese letter. Another torrent falls fiercely, harmless columns, attacking unsuccessfully inches away powerless. Below the eaves whispers grow softer, shared smiles, acknowledging shared victory simply, quiet unity embraces, dry fragrant shelter feeling fortress-like. INTIM ATELY. Japanese letter, Japanese letter, letter 3005, Japanese letter, Chinese letter, Japanese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Hangul koi. Inus Hangul ko kenus. Feel the storm outside, your body echoes its steady drumming rhythm delicately. Breathe herbs and rain together, reminders earth speaks many forgotten languages simultaneously. Warmth gathers round drying blossoms. Moon will ease night cooling later, inevitably observed. Rain's drumming slows its urgent rhythm, the storm's fury fading steadily around you. Gray clouds unravel grudgingly, streaking the darkening sky with violet bruises softly. That metallic smell departs thankfully, replaced by deep petrichor rising richly. Evening pushes in quietly, like a painter applying washes of cool lavender subtly. Celestial rhizomes demand this moment precisely, their precious cores, vulnerable under twilight's descent, gently. Workers stir, no longer sheltering, but surrendering racks outward proactively. First, move velvety chamomile baskets, setting cleaned shelves near wide-open eaves earnestly. Position them angled carefully, catching leftover steamy breezes wandering freely. Snake-like ginger roots follow gingerly, arranged spirals, uncroded breathing deeply. Dusk softens harsh edges beautifully, textures blurring into gentle silhouettes gracefully. Everything feels quieter, insects restarting interrupted songs hesitantly. Scientists recognize twilight shifts, glandular activity. Plants absorb chill resilience mysteriously during this period. Workers know craft intuitively. No hurry makes fingertips deliberate thoughtfully. Blunt instruments stay stored firmly. Tonight honors tender contact exclusively. Small, sharp cruelty hides airborne uncertainties. Dampness clinging treacherously overnight actively. Roots shivers risk spoiling whole bundles. Hence vigilance rises instinctively. Your unhurried fingers roam racks smoothly, lightning fast checks, forgetting nothing patiently. Test soft, parsley stalks diligently. Feel for yielding surrender cautiously within stems. Healthy fuzzy relics push back firmly, possessing core dryness protectively. Morning dew's lure grows potent alarmingly. Moisture beckons, roots disastrously. Honey-coated astrology, nuts fell interestingly once. They guard mandrakes, somehow elders insisted doubtfully. Common fungus ruins ginseng easily, darkening its life force speckle, cruelly, uniformly. Avoid alternaria, whispers sternly all farmers long past claiming. Historians still argue whether solidify Korean influence brought advanced root drying racks into Song Dynasty pharmacology collections. Significantly, methods traveled silently perhaps, herbal intellect crossing sea currents, unnoticed knowingly. Tonight practitioner treaties manifest visibly. Basket placement reveals ancestral mindset clearly. Sage clusters face westward bafflingly, catching sunset protection grudgingly offered. Remember manipulating summer harmonics earlier. Essential oils love cooling harmony, softly beating. Cooling operates wiser than baking, effortless transformation without brutalizing painfully. Fragile anemone, roots thicken resilience, visibly overnight naturally armoring. See fine hairs lifting outward, crystalline armor knitting invisibly strongly. Like essence shields forming persistently, encasing potent chemistry inside stoutly. Stand near spar meadow bundles, observing patience, deeply roots, are steadfast partners, awaiting sunrise peacefully. Moonlight washes racks silver abruptly, ghostly vigil, commencing silently powerfully. Drying shifts, muscular intensity, towards observation, diligently, deep whispers, flowing internally critically. Hawk-eyed focus settles naturally, entering trance-like assessment mode determinedly. Moisture hides fiendishly burrowing deep inside woody cores, stubbornly. Pinch test bronze turmeric roots purposely, seek audible snap, demandingly resisted. Successful care eager snaps, proof dryness conquers, hidden damp proudly. Parse textures whispered silently. Velvet sage speaks firmer than nervous, parsley surely. Skills build slowly, recognizing sounds beneath touch accurately. Wait 40 uninterrupted minutes, letting forms settle nightly coolness calmly. Roots communicate subtly. Listen learns masters murmured constantly. Truth sings through resiliency, patient lessons, not hurried knowledge truly. Welcome this dusky instructions, willingly Roots teach stillness commandingly, tonight exclusively. Sherax sighing softly, settling deeper into vigilant dreaming knowingly. Moon climbs steadily, coolness settles blessing fibers irrevocably strongly. Fatigue presses gently your scent, recalling daytime sun-healed aromas slowly. Tendrils of sleep drift nearby, roots won't suffer harm, tonight guaranteed faithfully. Barefoot apprentices disappear indoorwards quietly, leaving sentinels, guarding healing spirits confidently. Deeper than wood, trust resonates echoing finished perfection amenably. Rest claims guarantor racks, dry realms safe, till tomorrow morning faithfully. Rise gently, echo ultimate dried spirit toast, murmuring internally warmly. Cool flow strengthens every waiting rhizome, unseen resistance, binding medicinal knots tighter nightly. Night guards unfurl wings soundlessly, protection breath, enveloping racks, eternally assuredly. Moonlight washes the racks completely silver, now your pupils dilating slowly, adapting gently. Cold rolls upward steadily, rising from moistened earth, like chilled breath steadily. Those wooden structures become moonlit cathedrals briefly, holding drying herb secrets, inside shadowed hollows protectively. Silent racks stand patiently still, no frantic motion, till dawn signals hurriedly. Notice dew already attempting conquests, gently forming tentative pearls upon thick parsley stalks shyly. Historically, moonlight specifically resonated deeply, with tang royals seeking herbs, holding midnight essence, supposedly uniquely. China's OLD Chinese letter herbalists documented lunar influence, fastidiously collecting petals under full moons, exclusively sometimes. Workers swear deeper potency sleeps within those stalks, guarded properly nightly, though labs lack conclusive proof, entirely scientifically. Historians still argue whether moisture risks rose significantly requiring such elaborate nightly safeguards authentically. You circle the outermost racks deliberately, bare feet, silencing steps naturally on smooth stone firmly. Stone kept chilled welcomes proximity gratefully, absorbing daytime heat, mercifully releasing it nightly efficiently. Gentle vigilance keeps dampness defeated. Eyes scan fuzzy textures, committing patterns to memory dutifully. Differences speak volumes silently. Dry chamomile rests, feathery light confidently, while semi-damp meadowsweet yields faintly suspiciously. Mentally map 27. High-risk spots faithfully, rosemary shoots, drying near the timber, knots reliably problematic. Wind shifts unexpectedly, carrying heavy wet river ghost fog silently. Workers cursed this sudden mist historically. It settles cloak-like, treacherously damaging racks quietly. Recall 1976, disastrously. Mist stole, half Augusts, herb schedules ruined completely. Listen carefully. Bats snap moths midair strategically. A favorable alliance, protecting herbs indirectly beneficial. Distant owl proclaims territory solemnly. Your own personal night watch commander lighted overhead reliably. Hear drowsy chirps arising softly. Insects stir near low rosemary bundles, importantly. Those drowsy insects chirp softly sleeping nearby sleepy rosemary bunches, quietly nestled. Measure dew's ambition, cautiously collect droplets forming defiantly on thick ginger twists, persistently, plausibly. Still, no machines help measure such tiny miracles. Only fingertip assessment helps judge severity nightly reliably. Moisture hides its intentions cunningly, undercutting roots, invisibly overnight destructively, too often sadly. Imagine Dutch merchants decades later stealing cinnamon techniques shamelessly. Their warehouses lacked moonlight blessings naturally, though. Slide one gentle palm under woody thyme shelves, confidently, seeking familiar rough dryness, comfortingly, reaffirmed quickly. Dry rattles sound precious always, echoing herbalist survival universally celebrated warmly, internally. Tonight you evade catastrophe, thankfully. That sudden rain's residue, defeated diligently, foresightedly. Feel structures breathing deeply still. Racks settle timber, moaning softly timber joining, relaxing nightly suitably. Another philosophical beetle strays thankfully, landing mistakenly near pungent lavender, acting deterrent perfectly naturally. Chamomile baskets exhale faint apple sweetness repeatedly, inviting peaceful thoughts, intentionally signaling bedtime subtly. Dragonflies hunt on visible air, currents diligently, their wings, hazing moonlight temporarily, beautifully, rhythmically. You pass beneath olden cosmos, faded blooms, thoughtfully, recording astronomical alignments, intrinsically Chinese researchers, documented anciently accurately. 17 minutes still remain, cooling deepens, reach, subtly penetrating unreachable core tissues. Slowly, frost risk swirls faint rumors, tonight harmlessly. Sky stays cloudless, assuring wellness, silently thankfully. Practitioners developed star navigation, unrelatedly, charting drying days, accurately based solely upon constellations overhead, indirectly. Some folks today believe in harvesting nettles exclusively within Gemini nights. Strangely, your head medic ridiculed such notions publicly harshly. Wisdom rests upon consistency. Diligently, calendar markings remain trustworthy advisors, universally respected sincerely. Feel threads hold hawthorn berry clusters securely, those protective fibers. Understand supportive tension inherently, instinctively. Mischievous foxes bark surprisingly far downhill suddenly, recorded sensors, checking territorial lines, habitually, nightly basically. Racks offer sanctuary unconditionally. Insects shield herbs, unexpectedly forming mutual respect. Packed unwittingly, frequently. Patience wins nightly consistently. Roots strengthen, internally crafting potent medicinal power, quietly concentratedly. Celestial mercy blesses racks immovably trust, grows roots deeply, akin serious friendship quietly. Sleep beckons irresistibly warmly, your vigil folding, gently satisfied, satisfactorily, completed wholly. Routines protect like unseen hands. Expertly, everything rests secure, till sunrise arrives, patiently awaited, faithfully. Morning stars glimmer promisingly westwards, gently sending sleepy signals towards keeper racks, encouragingly, firmly. Dreams merge with herbal guardians, unwoven peacefully. Night saving futures sleeps, arrives silently, powerfully, finally. Deep within moon's deepest watch, you nearly miss the solitary root left behind accidentally. One lone mandrake rests forgotten, tucked beside the old apricot trees, roots protectively. An apprentice's rushed negligence leaves it isolated, exposed directly beneath open heavens, strangely. Vulner, a BLE, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter. Yet oddly positioned for potent energy, gathering, apparently. Your stomach lurches, recognizing the oversight, cold dread swirling. Instantly, despite practiced calm. Usually STE, a DY, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, commandingly. Mandrake roots demand fearful reverence traditionally. Western lore wrongly screamed fatal consequences for harvesting recklessly, dangerously. Historically, European medieval tales spun nightmares about poison screams, killing those who dared uproot it foolishly. China's wiser herbalists knew gentler extraction methods long before those dreadful myths persisted stubbornly out there internationally. This root lies undisturbed, thankfully, bathed entirely in silver starlight, powerfully pooling luminescence onto its twisted form, uniquely sculpted. Midnight dew attempts stealthy advances, continuously beating quietly upon its rugged skins, strange bumps, resiliently. You crouch low instinctively, bare feeling cold grass prickles, upright defiantly against sweat-healed. SOLES, Chinese letter, strangely. Distance makes ordinary sounds surprisingly sharp, unexpectedly. River frogs moan hypnotically beyond distant walls, rhythmically, reliably. Recall ancient Babylonian astronomers linking mandrake placements beneath specific stars, purposely seeking amplified strength within celestial alignments, meticulously plotted historically. Mongolian tribes whispered contradictory, wind-headed stuff, strangely. Claims about charmed roots migrating autonomously under certain moon phases, hilariously. Historians still argue whether directional starlight truly aided Baroque drying techniques, authentically documented elsewhere, vaguely, mistakenly. Tonight's sky offers potent configurations, favorably. The dragon constellation coils directly overhead, protectively guarding significant zones. WISELY, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, spatially. A lucky circumstance, indeed, unexpectedly. Probably spared the root early moisture ruin, suddenly, mercifully, Providence, happily smiling. Cold grinds upwards persistently, stone cooling aggressively despite apricot tree, SHELT, Chinese letter, UNFIT, Chinese letter, completely insufficient, lacking warmth, utterly. Footsteps too loud shatter streaming stillness, carefully cultivated painfully. Own tread echoes, betraying presence, awkwardly, loudly, startling, overwhelming silence, dramatically. Suddenly, fox kits, yip play, far downhill, a CCIDENT, a LLY Chinese letter, absurdist comedic relief. Surprisingly, WELCOME Chinese letter, gratefully, REFRESHING Chinese letter, suddenly occurring interrupting tension, massively frightening, considered seconds, prior immediately forgotten, warmly funny, a BSURDLY Chinese letter, laughter bubbles unexpectedly, tightness, unwinding gladly tension, flooding gratefully, away completely cleansing, internally freeing, wonderfully. Those kits sound like arguing laundresses, bizarrely, tiny voices snapping over pebble treasures, nonsensically charming, reach slowly. Earth smells damply rich, surprisingly pungent, freshly turned, somehow remembering gardens deeply. FUND, AMENT, ALL, why Chinese letter motives culturally. INGR, AINED Chinese letter. Mandrake shapes resemble ancient dancers, caught mid-TWIST Chinese letter. Gnarled limbs, suggesting motion frozen, terrestrially, earthbound, powerfully grounded, intensely. Europe feared these roots, screaming painfully deadly legends. Yet Chinese texts focused solely on preparation. DILIGENC, Chinese letter mandates, strictly controlled, carefully detail ORIENTED Chinese letter, handbook, specific sections, exactly as dictated, quoted verbatim, pulp CL, ASSIFIED Chinese letter, distinguished, ELIT, Chinese letter libraries, finger tracing, cool starch skin testing, moisturize, secretly assessing resilience, thankfully confirming minimal, dew invasion, delightfully satisfactory, ultimately achieved despite exposure lengthy, unintentionally, PROLONGED, Chinese letter, accidentally, relief tastes, unexpectedly sweet, suddenly, gratitude washing, warmly soothing nerves, strained momentarily, previously anxious terribly. Twist your wrist, viewing constellations, skillfully, counting asterism. Patterns tenderly, like any proper Song Dynasty astrologer might consider professionally tasked, undertaking duty. Starlight blazes pinpoint sharp, incredibly cloudlessness gifting astronomers. Tonight wonderfully perfectly fortunate, COINCIDENT, ALL. Why Chinese letter, Tycho Brahe mapped similar nocturnal mysteries centuries. LATER Chinese letter continent. His Earth-centric models later disproved, rudely, inconveniently, disregarded. Pointless trivia comforts surprisingly. Distraction easing vigilance. Pleasantly unnecessary. Comfortably relaxing. Finally PEACEFULL, why Chinese letter. Cold seeps deeper insistently now. Toes feeling slightly numb, warning ache. Undeniable, increasingly Persistent. Chinese letter. Mandrake sleeps firmly, peacefully. Its overnight celestial bath, proceeding undisturbed, thankfully fruitful. EFFIC, a C, IOUS, Chinese letter, 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 Chinese letter. Resin droplets glisten like fallen stars, strangely hardened sap jewels decorating bark, miniature cosmos. Beautifully unreplicated M, a STERPIEC, Chinese letter, art, effortlessly DISPLOYED, Chinese letter, mold risk, feels minimal, gratefully, potential fuzz, avoided, luckily intact, impeccably preserved, awaiting COLLECTION, Chinese letter, 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 Chinese letter. Consider carrying options, swiftly, loosening stiff shoulder wrap, serving surprisingly reliable transport pouch. IMPORT, a NTLY, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter. Positioning awkward roots, helps prevent bruising, bruise release, sacrilege. COMPLETELY, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, touching sensitive terminology. FORBIDDEN, Chinese letter, herb manuals. Require avoiding, I avoid. FITHFULLY, Chinese letter, sacred commandments. European herbalists wasted hours fretting over harvesting rituals, pointlessly trampling holy ground, uselessly concerned. SUPERSTITIOUSLY, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter. Unnecessarily, foolishly, lower lip bites. Chill renders displaced focus welcome, strangely. Pain momentarily sharpens perceptions, bizarrely facilitating better decision-making. Ironically, paradoxically, found. UNEXPECTEDLY, Chinese letter. Gingerly lift mandrake, root respectfully, nestling its soft fabric folds, gently preventing contact injuries. Possible, administratively, PRECISE, Chinese letter, REQUIRED, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter. Weight feels dense, medicinal promise. Loaded, significantly health potential emanating, palpable, repairing properties. Intact, completely preserved, successful drying. Objectively accomplished, PROFESSIONALL. Why Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter. Lunar rays penetrate protective layers, profoundly, seeping into the gnarled root's spiraling core, thoroughly saturating woody flesh. Completely, deeply saturated, spiritually empowered. UNIQUELY, Chinese letter, 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 Chinese letter. That old recorder Shenkyu, documented volcanically discovered fossils near dried riverbeds. A CCURAT, ELY, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter. His methods outpaced Rome's beliefs. Shamefully laughable. SADLY, Chinese letter, legacy. Embarrassingly BACK, WARD, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter. UNDENI, a BLY, Chinese letter. Forgetful apprentices. Probably fret, a NX. IOUS, LY, Chinese letter, 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 Chinese letter. Weeks crafting. Apologies, feverishly practicing. Before stern head herbalist lectures. Awaiting, coming dawn, hours. Rapidly rolling, arriving, unavoidably, soon iron sunrise. Inexorably imminent. Dawn, inevitably onward marching, advancing time, unstoppable. Soft bud chirps near rosemary signal mornings. Inevitable approach, gently encroaching mention. Night shift, concluding shift, reliably, predictable, faithfully. ENDING, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter. Vertical ascent, arrives unavoidable, regrettably. RELUCT, NTLY, Chinese letter, back muscles, complaining vocal protests, loudly groaning. AUDIBLY, Chinese letter, 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 chorus symphony. Naturally. OCCURRING, Chinese letter, 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 Chinese letter. One final glance westward, lovingly. Stars guide hand over, perfectly concluding forgotten task redemption. Gracefully, earned successfully, COMPLETED, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, story redemption, paradoxically gained, although carelessness began. PRECIPIT, OUSLY, Chinese letter, 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 Chinese letter. Hard-fought stillness settles, satisfying reward deeply. INW, RDLY, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter. Personal victory, secured vigilantly guardianship, honored unwavering vigilance. INT, INED, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, faithfully sentry duty. Performed a DMIR, a BLY, Chinese letter, 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 Chinese letter. Lunar rays bless its deeply furrowed contours, powerfully endowing ancient energies, secretly pulsating, vital, FORCE, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter. Now fully, a WK, ENED, Chinese letter, 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 Chinese letter. resumes absorbing celestial power, silently enhanced overnight surge, strengthened subtly, bathed, completely enriched beyond measure. Quantit, Ely, Chinese letter, 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 Chinese letter. Morning's first gray light licks the drying racks. Anxious fingers, already checking brittle PET. A L, S, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter. You slide open the bamboo, blinds cautiously, sharpening stained glass colors. Through translucent panes, carefully, INSET, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter. To touched racks breathe cooler moisture noticeably. You sense damp threats, lurking unseen. Immediately see ONCERNING, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter. Fingertips trace rosemary branches attentively, probing woolly undersides, seeking beetle signatures. Stealthily, HIDDEN, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter. Memory flashes historical context, unwillingly. Egyptians, burned chrysanthemum pyrethrum, crushed near granaries, INTELLIGENTLY, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter. Your palm meets time, clusters gently, aromas rising like ancient temple incense. Briefly TRANSPORTING, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter. Fragility governs every motion critically. Those cracked petals remember rough handling PINFULLY, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter. A spider flees into chamomile shade abruptly, 8 legs, scrambling absurdly like overturned sea. A RTS, Chinese letter, 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 Chinese letter. Realistically, historians still argue whether Tang Dynasty labs bred specialized weevil hunting finches. Ornithological scrolls remain stubbornly unclear. Endless DEB, a TES, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter. Focus narrows onto curled mint, leaves intently, their potent oils attracting pests. Notoriously, NOTORIOUSLY, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter. Every overlap requires delicate lifting, patiently risk of crumbling. Always PRESENT, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter. You recall Mongolian caravan, tales absurdly fictional. Merchants swore scorpion moths nest solely in spoiled GINSENG, Chinese letter, 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 Chinese letter. Proof surfaces suddenly beneath lavender, tiny black beetles marching BRAZENLY, Chinese letter, 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 Chinese letter. Annoyance flares hotly, yet briefly. Containment tactics. Deploy SWIFT. LY. Chinese letter, 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 Chinese letter. Powdery pepper flakes shower clockwise, expertly, creating hostile borders. Several EFFECT. IV. E. Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter. Essential oils repel. Intruders reliably. Science truth. Untainted by Herbal FOL. KLORE. Chinese letter, 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 Chinese letter. Bull ants clamber up a rack leg, comically. Their formation mirroring emperors. Parades UNINT, ENT, ION, White Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter. Another row eases open soundlessly. Ginger slices reveal glossy perfection. Blessedly PERFECT. Chinese letter, 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 Chinese letter. Absurd folk beliefs echo persistently. Grandmothers' murmured woodworms sing before rainstorms. A DMITT EDLY. Chinese letter known UNRELI. A BLE. Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, PEND ICUL. A R. Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter. Truth lives in stillness observant. No husky rustle signals beetle banquets. BELOW. Chinese letter, 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 Chinese letter. Spectrum shifts. Incrementally visibly morning blues bloom sun yellow. Across willow shelves. BRO. A DLY. Chinese letter, 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 Chinese letter. Compression tests mimic lesson drills. Learnt pressures, kneading feather. STEADINES. S. Chinese letter, 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 Chinese letter. Pressure gauges medicinal integrity. Secretly audible crackle. Defines successful DRYNES. S. Chinese letter, 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 Chinese letter. No beetle jelly dots mar chamomile heads wonderfully. High altitude cultivation. Paid off dividends HAND. SOMELY. Chinese letter, 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 Chinese letter. Wind lifts. Protective netting. MOMENT. RILY. Chinese letter, 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 Chinese letter. OAS. IS. Secured, immediate, QUICK. Chinese letter, 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 Chinese letter. Personal triumph. Blooms. Unexpectedly dry time. cascades beetle-free down linen sheets. Silent Ly, Chinese letter, 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 Chinese letter. Relief flows thicker than honey suit. A bly, Chinese letter, 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 Chinese letter. Whole racks deemed invasion-proof. Miraculous. Ly, Chinese letter, 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 Chinese letter. Tension departed shoulders. Relax, gratefully, finally exhaling 16 protected hours. Vigil ANC Chinese letter, 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 Chinese letter. One mainstream fact resurfaces softly. Song apothecaries. Free stored petals. NU Ly. Chinese letter, 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 Chinese letter. Knowledge WHISP Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, WEEK cobweb collector. Claimed fasting spiders. Predict harvest QULITY. Chinese letter, 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 Chinese letter. Today demands packing tasks. Forward WISELY. Chinese letter, 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 Chinese letter. French lavender bouquets breathe pristine assurance truly. No predatory holes. WITNESSED. Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter. Deliverance tastes clean marble pure REALLY. Chinese letter, 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 Chinese letter. CYLINDRI. Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter. Tin seals tomorrow's remedies. SECURELY. Chinese letter, 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 Chinese letter. Your shoulders finally loosen, day's tension melting like summer ice forgotten. YESTERD. Chinese letter, 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 Chinese letter. Dust motes dance in slanting rooftop light peacefully. Workers sprawl like discarded twigs. RELIEVED, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter. Silence wraps the drying hall warmly. Only time bundles whisper secrets. OVERH, a D, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter. Remaining apprentices gather near jasmine towers, quietly stacking petals. C, a REFULLY, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter. You sink onto straw mats gratefully, your spine resting against willow racks. GREFULLY, Chinese letter, 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 Chinese letter. Coolness seeps through linen robes, pleasantly rewarding beetle inspection. FATIGUE, Chinese letter, 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 Chinese letter. Someone passes steaming cups, silently unstig, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter. Peppermint steam, curling ghostly in DIMNES. Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter. That aroma sparks recollection. Instantly, an elder clears her throat, slowly clearing THRO, a T, Chinese letter, Chinese letter. Remember Persia's royal gardens. King Cyrus cultivated thyme hedges. FAMOUSLY, Chinese letter, 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 Chinese letter. Historians debate whether Roman surgeons anointed blades with thyme oil's sparse evidence. SURVIVES, Chinese letter, 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 Chinese letter. Your cup settles onto worn floorboards, softly attention, turning to the storyteller. GENTLY, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter. Fireflies blink beyond bamboo lattices, randomly tiny sparks, punctuating the DUSK. Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter. Old Man Feng stirs chrysanthemum foam thoughtfully, recalling yellow river floods, swimming rescue. MEMORY, Chinese letter, 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 Chinese letter. His tale begins modestly, tonelessly, country wives, brewing time-steeped waters. SECRETLY, Chinese letter, 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 Chinese letter. Fever-broken children waking miraculously, time garlands hanging above DOORWS. Chinese letter, 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 Chinese letter. Suspicion, poisoned tea, party supply. RUMORS, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter poisoners. Avoiding blame, P-O-I-S-O-N, Chinese letter, 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 Chinese letter. Local magistrates banned garden planting, T-E-M-P-O-R-R-I-L-Y, Chinese letter, 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 Chinese letter. Quirk claims rise persistently. Darkest droughts cause thyme oils boiling. S-T-R-O-N-G-E-S-T. Chinese letter, 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 Chinese letter. Collective chuckles bounce racks teasingly. Debate aroma, seeming stronger T-O-N-I-G-H-T. Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter. You spot frost white stamens. Reborn claims D-I-S-B-E-L-I-E-F. Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter. Your neighbor manages hot, liquid, desperately M, a N, a G, E. Chinese letter, 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 Chinese letter. Misplaced cinnamon sticks. Bob surfaces. U-N-E-X-P-E-C-T. E-D-L-Y. Chinese letter, 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 Chinese letter. Appropriate laugh lines. E-M-E-R-G. I-N-G. Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter. Absorption. Pauses stretch. C-O-M-F-O-R-T. A B-L-Y. Chinese letter, 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 Chinese letter. Weathered hands mimic steam patterns. U-N-C-O-N-S-C-I-O-U-S-L-Y. Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter. O-R-A-C-L-E-S. Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter. Herbal trading routes. Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter formation. Described L-A-B. O-R-I-O-U-S-L-Y. Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter. Described E-F-F-O-R-T-S. Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter. Camel bells. Echoing Portuguese spice. M-A-R-K-E-T-S. Chinese letter, 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 Chinese letter. Facial bones cast, dragon-shaped shadows, accidentally. Coincidence. Seized. J-O-Y-F-U-L-L-Y. Chinese letter, 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 Chinese letter. Climax involves thief substituting moldy lavender for medicinal herbs in Arabica leaf, Arabic lamb, Arabic meme, Arabic coup, Arabic scene, Arabic ta, Arabic wow, Arabic dal, Arabic tain, Arabica leaf, Arabic ta. Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter. Villain escaped, disguised Chinese cavalry soldier. COSTUME. Chinese letter, 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 Chinese letter. Atrocious acting, inducing laughter. INST, INCT, IVELY. Chinese letter, 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 naturally history. Transformed, THEATRE, Chinese letter, 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 Chinese letter. Moral dissolves, forgotten, principally. Mainly, ENT, ERT, INM, ENT. Chinese letter, 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 Chinese letter. Sharing, herbalism tales. Requires willing, LISTENERS, Chinese letter, 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 Chinese letter. INCLUDING. Your relaxed humming, accepting teacup. REL, a X, a TION. Chinese letter, 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 Chinese letter. Moral ending. RESON, a NC. Chinese letter, 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 Chinese letter. Quiet resumes profoundly. Heartbeats sinking with cricket. RHYTHMS. Chinese letter, 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 Chinese letter. Normalcy, flooding, tired. USCLES. Chinese letter, 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 Chinese letter. You cradle the teacup, its warmth fading slowly, like sunset colors lingering. Your focus drifts towards the old rattan baskets nearby, waiting quietly for rose hips today. Someone passes you empty vessel, made for petals, woven impossibly light. Feel its rice paper lining smooth against your skin. Workers shift positions, carefully creating space near drying jasmine blossoms softly. Rosehip buds arrive carried on silk-lined trays attentively. Tiny sunset blushes, nestled within protective husks. Even Apprentice breathing slows. Instinctively, these petals bruise like moth, wings crushed accidentally. Remember medieval infirmaries used dried petals sparingly. Well, after Black Death, reshaped herb demands acutely. Historians still argue whether royal healers risked internal doses truly. Major infection danger existed certainly. Fringe belief whispers Victorian brides buried petals beneath mattresses. Supposed suitors sniffing paths faithfully. A soft chuckle escapes you. Rose hips don't lure lovers, just bees aggressively. The head herb master demonstrates transfer technique, slowly, fingertips, mimicking crane's beak gentleness. You eye your basket nervously, copper wire showing beneath thin rice weave visibly. Your hand tremors slightly, blame peppermint steam, loosening joints perhaps. First bud touches bamboo fibers soundlessly. You release breath, trapped unknowingly deeply. Second placement needs rotation awkwardly, thorn-scarred surface facing sunlight directly. A faint velvet squeak makes you freeze utterly. Was that fibers gripping or tearing? Observing others' work brings reassurance thoroughly. Their baskets cradle buds, flawlessly suspended beautifully. Thin cinnamon wafts from ginger racks. Nearby, teasingly, distracting aromatic nuisance, welcomed warmly. Panic proves unnecessary, thankfully. Your bud sits unharmed luck, holding favoringly. Next buds follow methodically, each descent slower than the former patiently. Transferring 15 feels like moving 100. Such concentrated vigilance drains certain muscles invisibly. Wooden dowels support basket edges strategically, preventing sway that damages blossoms needlessly. Your knuckles brush jasmine towers briefly, cool scent improvising confidence-building aromatherapy cleverly. Someone bumps your elbow accidentally. Almost sabotage-level disaster avoided narrowly. Quick apologies, whispered lowly, shared understanding passes silently between workers, intimately. One plump bud rolls, sideways alarmingly, cardinal sin against drying rules clearly. Cat-like reflexes catch sheer luck perfectly, sweat beads forming at temples gratefully afterwards. Straw beneath baskets feels suddenly treacherous, potential trap for dropped treasures waiting silently. Dawn breezes stir overhead, herbs rhythmically, racks creaking sea-ship chords soothingly. Historians note Song Dynasty royals prized rose hips exceptionally, preferring mountain varieties, reportedly more potent. Scholars debate Chinese preference versus Arabic imports. Climate affecting oil concentration uncertainly. Contrast essential mint racks nearby practically. Those hardy leaves bounce back resiliently rose hips, accept no substitutes rightly. Final buds settle, almost sighing, field of coral dots against delicate fiber moonscapes, quietly. Workers retreat collectively, admiring tiny army guarded meticulously tonight. Tomorrow begins rotation. Vigil carefully. Just quarter turns preserve petal integrity wisely. Footsteps echo softer, returning workstations, willingly, straw crunching, beneath sandals pleasurably, moonlight stripes, flagstones, slowly, guardian glow. S-O-A-K-I-N-G, Chinese letter, 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 R-A-C-K-S, Chinese letter deeply. Penumbra pools deepen within woven baskets, coolly sleep claiming tiny botanical worlds. Utterly worn out washes across you like pooled rainwater, absorbing exhaustion. Gratefully, inconsolably, dawn's gray light feels damp against your skin morning, dew clinging stubbornly to rack still. Today demands fingertips, not eyes, for judgment finally. You cross emptied bamboo platforms silently, remembering ginger coils catching last week's warmth fondly. Empty rattan baskets sigh beneath your touch, retired after rosehip duty yesterday gratefully. Someone passes sage bunches, their fuzzy leaves brushing your wrist softly like sleepy kittens. Soft pinching begins gently, assessing fuzzy sage leaves clustered thickly. Pressure matters greatly here feel, too firm brings bruising. Avoid dark spots forming. Fingertips learn texture deeply. Is it rough like silk? Dry, yet yielding kindly. Song Dynasty, herb masters perfected fingertip testing. Records survive in handwritten manuals. Specifically, historians note later dynasties favored Arab moisture scales, though practicality argues fingers win always. Morning's task requires patience practiced, each stem examined thoroughly, beneath nails safely. Feel moisture hiding tricky, invisible dampness, deep within stems, stubbornly. Wide lavender bundles sway overhead drowsily, reminding you silk ribbon artistry days prior. Contrast textures, vividly sage feels rugged, lavender sleeps smooth-skinned softly. Someone calls numbers clearly, 46, 59 bunches, counted aloud steadily. Your thumb rubs dried mint leaf thoughtfully, instant crisp release, sounds pleasingly audible, failure sounds soft, bending damp leaf, reveals poor preparation incorrectly. Successful drying showcases protection perfectly, wellness energies locked tight securely. Apprentices debate drying days needed. Older roots need 99 nights, reportedly. Mandrake laughs at schedules, surely. Its lunar soaking known history, widely. Cooler air sharpens senses, acutely. Breeze lifts lemon balm, scent fleetingly. Fragile petals, handled yesterday contrast, heavily. Sage tolerates earnest pressure, thankfully. Glance towards hawthorn berries, those awaited 7-vein inspection, anxiously. Your own bunch passes grip test, perfectly rough surface comforts, promisingly. Fringe notes claim herbs dried over virgin flax linen gain potency, magically. Pure Victorian whimsy, amusingly. Workers chuckle openly. No magic linens, here just diligent turning, consistently. Scholars argue whether ancient antidotes needed slower drying than medicines. Perhaps toxins demanded haste, fatal urgency, forcing quicker methods always. Modern herbalists dismiss such debates politely. Science measures compound stability easily now. Still, romance lives thickly, folklore, prescribing patient air, drying lovingly. Here faint crunch testing, rosemary nearby, proof of readiness, welcome happily. Jute sacks prepare size deeply, readying velvety emptiness for green treasures finally. Timing perfection, locks fragrance wisely. Essence armor sealed against night dampness capably. Ginger's coiled fragrance rises potent reminder powerfully. Its journey nears completion gloriously. Moon stripes fade softly. Dawn fully claims racks firmly now. Straw beneath absorbs returning footsteps. S, a N, D, a L, S, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter. Gentle closure begins eagerly. Morning air whisks away, dew whispers. Your fingertips hover over waiting sage bundles. Sensing dryness feels urgent now. Science lives in sound primarily. You learn early, success sings crisp gotten gladly. Focus narrows keenly, world shrinks to thumb and leaf contact intimately. Here testing rosemary nearby, proof cracked, sharply unmistakable. Sage awaits its verdict patiently. You know brittle sounds welcome. Press gingerly first, assessing surface obedience quietly. Failure murmurs softer, damp, gives way meekly beneath light pressure. Those folds trap, do stubbornly, ruining careful week's patience, cruelly. Confirm lingering troubles via hair strand trick. Traditionally, follicles cling to hidden moisture subtly. Older apprentices favor this touch test. Hairstyles shortened practically daily, famously. Byzantine merchants prized audible snap, above all charging extra for sonorous perfection. Consistently, your stock yields finally. A lovely crinkling response rewards gently. Satisfaction clicks inside quietly. Texture feels pleasingly abrasive rightly. Historians argue whether Roman preservation differed dramatically. 10-day sun exposures seem implausible. Urban smog might demand chamber drying possibly. Moisture scales suggest inconsistent faith shown. Historically, you prefer ancestral fingertip methods wisely. Sound checking fails, mute herbs necessarily. Petals whisper dryness, differently clearly. Shift targets lemon balm, leaves teasingly. Their crunch sings flatteringly delicate high notes. Someone mutters superstitions, happily. Large rosemary bundles deter moths, superstitiously. Only Apprentice you believes sincerely, storing extra sprigs, faithfully, secretly. Others chuckle softly, insects, ignore magical thinking naturally. Work continues based on cedar and tight seals practically. Feel chamomile bunches, respond brittle proof. Flowers become papery thin ghosts nicely. Light passes parchment thin standards properly. Ensure petals snap correctly. Ginger's hot essence tickles nostrils distantly. Remember its spiral dance warmly. Iris roots demand stiff-necked obedience sternly, requiring fingernail pressure tests traditionally. Dare not misjudge iris. Its latent oils stay guarded deeply. Approach hawthorn berries cautiously. Those short-tempered fruits bruise, annoyingly easy. Check 7. Veins staying visible. Losing lines threatens efficacy, maximalists believe. Success showcases perfection visibly. Wellness locked potent faithfully. Painted shadows lengthen sharply. Your core list finishes, finally sigh-worthy. Next, those sighing jute sacks call velvetready herbs home peacefully. Gentle handling avoids dust, clouds respectfully, tiny herbalist ghosts, escaping sacrificial annoyingly. Here baskets emptied gratefully. Soon rhythmic packing commences orderly. Tomorrow starts racks breathing empty, dreaming fragrant. Tomorrows innocently. Tonight celebrates audible integrity triumphantly, honoring millennial technique gratefully. Brittle petals sleep soundly bundled mission accomplished securely rightly. Workbenches sigh relief deeply, settling drowsily beneath moonlight. Owned entirely nights, kindly embrace ending shifts, joyously filled, sleepily deep contentment, flowing silence, welcomed warmly. Japanese letter, 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 Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Japanese letter, Chinese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Japanese letter, Chinese letter, Japanese letter, Chinese letter, Japanese letter, Chinese letter, Japanese 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 letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Japanese 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 letter, Chinese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Japanese 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 letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Japanese letter, Chinese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Japanese letter, Chinese letter, Japanese letter, Chinese letter, Japanese 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 letter, Chinese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Chinese letter, Japanese letter, Chinese letter, Japanese letter, Chinese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Japanese 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 letter, Chinese letter, Japanese 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 letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Japanese letter, Chinese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, the Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Japanese 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 letter, Chinese 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 letter, Japanese 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 letter, Chinese letter, Japanese 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 letter. You linger near those pungent planks of sandalwood, resting deep on the LOWEST. Japanese letter, rack tier. Feel their dense weight barely shift, even as a breeze ghosts through the hall windows. This wood begins a journey far longer than leafy herbs. Picture its origin, maybe towering under Indian monsoon rains centuries past. Historians confirm the Song herbalists favored such imported treasures, valuable as silks, along ancient trade roads. Imagine logging crews singing, Funksy hauling immense logs to rivers for floating down to bustling ports. Your fingertips trace a deep crack forming arteries of heat, drawing out internal fluids. The scent lifts stronger each day, thick and sap-rich, so unlike yesterday's chamomile lightness. Workers call this stage the wood's slumber, releasing dreams trapped within its dense heart. Days crawl slower, here yeri, than for fragile petals, 99 dawns and dusks, 99 cycles of sun, soaking inward, night cooling its crust. This counting remembers olden Apete Yeka masters their belief in cosmic rhythms guiding potency. Some fringe scrolls suggest those masters muttered secret numbers while laying the wood, invoking elemental spirits to guard its cure. Absurd, maybe, yet apprentices still handle it softer than lamb's wool. Tiny cracks deepen daily, becoming miniature canyons across worn bark plates. See how liquid resin gleams deep within those dark crevices, nearly like slow-moving tears escaping trees' deepest memory. Knock gently if you wish, hear the dull tone change weakly, deepening toward something utterly profound. A sparse melody forms, orchestrated solely by sunlight and dry air filament. Patience becomes tangible, something hanging thick as the fragrance itself. Workers murmur, such wood teaches you humility. Remember those ginger roots, ready in mere weeks. Pa, their haste seems childish ere yade, amte, yepe yeri. Stand close at high noon, feel the radiating warmth stored inside each thick slab. It might absorb your own rush, leaving calmness in your veins. Ve'emye este, aete, age a. The deep red-brown color deepens, rich hues, deepening steadily toward mahogany's secrets. Wait, listen sharply. Hear that. Under the Abeshe Yege a workshop hum a faintest tick. Maybe just shrinking pith, fibers whispering conflicts, or perhaps ancient sap meeting air for the very last time. Some early Ming Dynasty texts claim rotation prevents spiritual stagnation, forcing vital internal fluids to shift like planetary tides. Utter nonsense. Historians still argue whether European church bells ever carried sandalwood peel inside their clappers. Nasam de ye el ye. Observe its placement careful, never crowded under other drying bundles. Sandalwood demands solitude space for its expansive dreams to breathe outward uninterrupted. Airflow circles it ceaseless, gentlest caress. Picture squatting beside it, pre-dawn, sixth morning silent. Your own breath slows unconsciously, sinking to its centuries-held rhythm. Notice how dust motes drifting near stall, settling on other racks instead, like gravity shifts reluctantly nearby. Wait, see the tabby cat. She avoids its vibration entirely, seeking warmer moonlight patches elsewhere tonight. Apprentices grin, calling it feline wisdom. The primary, master, enters daily, fingers testing surface heat, eyes judging crack depth. Affixes a small hemp tag every 7 days, tallying progress slow as geology operates. Bore D sensation, earthy, almost granular against the dry tongue tip, beloved of olden temple incense halls, forging ancient Zayeri. Feel how slow aroma builds within your sinuses, steady, inescapable authority. 99 days taught them its readiness, not an arbitrary count chosen. SLU Kratkoi N.A. Here the primary master sharply rotate one plank today, fresh micro cracks groaning, faintly open. Field frog skins lay visible now, exposing slabs where pale sapwood surrenders to the dark core, peeling back barriers long-standing. Copper engraving on the lowest rack beam glints. Endurance, SAMA. Jest-haired apprentices call it the snail stall, avoiding duty, they're favoring quicker tasks. Yaven, all waited. Observe the pre-moonlight inspection, ritual feeding brick, oven warmth upward. Just slightly, US-EL. Iveayape air otse gently tonight. Wrap them tomorrow deep within velvet bags, insured, sealed airtight, before dawn's cooler air descends unexpectedly. Offer quick silent praise then to both fabulously wood and patient air, human hands cooperating throughout. Those bags will sigh deeply, accepting slow-built treasure nesting, peacefully inside Joke. Who waits longer, this wood curring, or your tea brewing properly afterward? Whether Empress Wu session herself tapped sandalwood's meditative property. Historians remain sharply divided naturally. Detect faint static lifting from heated planks, like magnetic fields, emerging unwilling. Celestial bark knows time differently, almost embarrassed for being observed mortal keenness. Humidity drops sharply, its fragrance deepening abruptly. a final sleepy rush toward completeness tonight. Barely 70 days prior, it smelled merely like damp forest rain recalcitrant. VNAST AYN EIV EMYA. Feel the racks beside it settle deeper, wood aching from holding such heavyweight companions, dreaming deeply. Dawn approaches. Diaphanous fog snakes around the courtyard pillars silently. Feel its damp embrace seeping into workshop vistas, awakening slowly. Workers stir, instinct bristling against unnatural humidity, invading their domain silently. Barefoot apprentices pause, sniffing chilled air, palms upturned, sensing moisture, woes settling heavily. Fog means mischief, condensations, invisible kiss ruining, drying herbs, painstakingly tended, overnight sleepless vigilance, struggled against reason incessantly. Swift action unlocks. Seasoned hands dart toward vulnerable racks hurriedly. Covered frames pull inward urgently. Protective fabrics, sighing overhead, flapping dreary dismay momentarily. Internal verandas offer sanctuary fiercely defended, suddenly strategic retreat hastily. Arranged, sloping, ugly necessity. Bamboo pulleys ascend ginger racks, skyward briskly, away from earth's rising wet breath, penetrating shadows greedily. Ground dampness climbs persistent spider, ascending threads disgusting wetness, unnoticed, until tragedy becomes inevitable avoidance, disrupting peace, unattainable reconciliation, dreamed softly. Hear faint plinks echo dendritic surprises, microscopic droplets uniting upon rosemary sprigs cruelly. Avoid those lethally soft lands, moisture blooms stealing, weeks labor instantly irreplaceable mourning, weeping torn garments, metaphorically torn hopes, vanquished unseen enemy victorious, silently gloating nasty face, unseen malicious spittle. Fog lingers spitefully, defying dawn's eventual rescue. Predictable, you guide the racks outside. Fog retreats like a thief caught, cheating dawn's arrival weakly. Feel grated gingers, sharp scent pierce, moist air, awakening vanished spores, hiding cowardly in damp crevices grim. Nearby chamomile petals breathe calmness out, setting invisible boundaries against harsh invasions silently. Their pairing shelters both plants, like quarreling neighbors, whispering peace, covenant treaties daily. ENERGET. Chinese letter, ginger sharpens chamomile's smoothing effect. Shared fragrance, weaving deeper healing, truths softly. Critics argue modern supplements oversimplify. Such pairing belongs to kitchen magic forgotten largely. Workers lay drying mats mindfully, each plant kissing, daylight respectfully, undoubtedly careful, positioned out. Ginger coils bask inward, radiating summer heat stored deep inside craftily. Chamomile blooms spread petals outward, each silken arm drinking gentle, rays flotiliously free. Such coupling dodges sunburn, one herb cooling, what the other warms knowingly, intent, deliberate. Recorded texts from ancient Egypt describe cooling herbs paired with pepper warmth, purposely, but that strange Nordic folklore whispers, nightmares haunt chamomile kissed by garlic. Foolishly, a fringed tale dismissed safely. You chuckle gently. These herbs need chaperoning thoughtfully, arranged like awkward teenagers, prom dancing unevenly matched. Historians still argue whether Ming scholars stored herbs together for spiritual harmony, not just medicinal benefit, argued heavily today. Why bother guessing truth wild? Focus transfers potent aromas, rising slowly in union witnessed peacefully. This partnering sends nervous spores away, condensed mist defeated unluckily. Now simply fading memory, fainting weakly. Chamomile shields ginger's spirit, preventing volatile oils, vaporizing prematurely protective invisible embrace kindly. Ginger lingers longer near chamomile friends, preserving pungency that tickles lips later, charmingly irresistible temptation, slyly. Laid together, drying, their smells merge unnoticed, like salted caramel inventing itself, sweetly accidental blessing, happy endings fondly. Witness meditation begin. Two flavors, uniting inside dusk drunk, teacups centuries tradition. Honored faithfully, continuing naturally. Workers recall Mongol era scrolls, recommending chamomile, placed near hot spices to defeat damp chill illnesses securely. Yet, overhear apprentices debate. Did ancient herb masters devise pairings merely hasten drying times faster? Ignore murmurs mischievous. Watch petals soften before ginger intensifies. Strength, accordingly balanced neatly now. Later moonlight phases. Infused oils preserve married energies secretly sealed within jars, awaiting revelation patiently. One stray ant ignores partnered defenses. You flick its path aside, gently guiding exile wisely away expertly. Ginger promises, vigor preserved, chamomile guarantees, soothing tides, lingering inside, cups poured safely, nightly. Together they balance chaos, never letting aroma escape, untamed leaving serenity, unharmed sacredly, maintained quietly. Workers hum melodies, synced like paired herbs, harmonizing existence, forging triumphs, softly unheard, but powerfully felt meaningful, deeply touching souls, amazed, readily wise. Fragrances bloom richer today, proving old masters grasped science, intuitively guided by sensorial instincts, truthfully undeniable lovely satisfaction, slowly rising welcome victory, sweet surrender to timeless arts, proven enduringly resilient patient. You guide the wrinkled pads over plump hawthorn berries, piled deep, seek those elusive 7 veins carefully. Each tiny fruit nestles within woven grass baskets, awaiting your watchful scrutiny patiently. Hawthorn carries potent protection energies, captured best at peak ripeness, faithfully observed traditionally. Focus sharpens. Every berry echoes Song Dynasty herbalists' exacting standards, rigorously upheld. Dried hawthorn berries serve many purposes, especially strengthening failing hearts, defined by Ming texts clearly. Workers murmur this knowledge, passed down generation after generation, honoring ancestors wisely. But folklore whispers stranger powers lie hidden within style, those distinctive 7 veins, mysteriously marked plainly. Fringe tales claim uneven numbered veins ward off anxious spirits, nestled amongst leafy bundles, sleepily placed nearby. Historically, others insist 5 veins bring misfortune, though such beliefs seem like wild imagination, running loose freely here now. Historians still argue whether song practitioners valued the veins aesthetically or truly implemented protective medicinal shielding, powerfully believed. Push speculation aside, gently focus on tactile proof resting within your palms currently. Light filters dimly through reed-thatched eaves, casting gentle shadows around swirling berry piles silently. Your fingertips graze cool surfaces, slowly feeling tiny ridges present on scarlet skins, craftily preserved. Ripe berries yield softly, yet resist easy bruising, resiliently perfect signs of health truly. Worker Chan passes a sharpened silver needle testing jealously protected depths, deeply hidden from normal view temporarily. Gently pierce one chosen berry's flesh, watch moisture bead, instantly in danger, drying progress hastily. No dampness appears gratefully, just a glistening jewel-like perfection, shining back proudly displayed promptly. Pinpoints remain dry solidly, confirming readiness for storage essential step, brilliantly achieved satisfactorily. Your thumb rolls berries along the palm's crease thoughtfully, seeking the signature veins declared necessary strictly. Counting becomes meditation. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 glorious lines, radiating clearly observable. 7 veins confirm perfect drying mastery, securing vital essences locked tight within forms expertly managed daily. Miss one vein, risk losing potency. Falsely proclaimed ancient herbalists, famously cautious always. Worker Li chuckles nearby, recalling imperial physician Wang's obsession with berry veins, amusingly recounted fondly still. Some berries signal secrecy, hiding veins behind speckled patterns, meant only for skilled viewers, keenly prepared accurately. You lean closer, studying angles, intently, under lantern's yellow glow softening sharp edges. Carefully, baskets await nearby, lined with pristine mulberry paper, awaiting bounty, dutifully harvested completely. Transfer berries, gently, never dropping precious nutrition, soundly guaranteed, preserved safely. Each handful whispers tales of autumn hillsides kissed brightly by strengthening sun beams, fiercely captured internally. Here berries tumble softly, companions, welcomed warmly into comforting darkness, collectively embraced peacefully. Legends cling to Daw's fruits, claiming forbidden love, shaped veins, hiding souls, combined eternally, beautifully. Such romance pairs poorly with science, though beauty survives icy judgment, thankfully intact, always courageously. You recall imperial kitchens, used hawthorn paste, sweetened royal melons, captured boldly, preserving flavors coldly. Yet physicians valued veins, woven like celestial maps guarding wellness, roots intricately hidden, cleverly sealed, securely dried berries shine richly tiny treasures, promising future healing artistry, practiced skillfully, understood passionately. Worker song tests, crunch fidelity secretly, hearing one berry sing readiness through brittle symphony, eloquently expressed sweetly. Careless handling bruises surfaces darkly, inviting lurking beetles, unseen hungry mouths gladly. Each berry proves fragility, demanding nuanced care, practiced softly, never rushed impatiently. Scrutiny avoids rushing mistakes. Patience rewards with potent gifts, unfolding graceful lasting impacts profoundly gratefully. Workers nod approval, recognizing mastery, acquired slowly unfolding flower-like trust, delegated instantly. Historical texts praise hawthorn's warming, circulating sluggish blood, like mountain streams flushing valleys, faithfully, dutifully. Some Tang poets compared veins to constellations guiding lost travelers homeward, rightly guided, faithfully, safely. Check another berry cluster, scanning veins, running true toward unseen centers, hidden cleverly. Fring. Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter thinkers. Proposed 7 veins resonate, specifically with heavenly trigrams, binding Earth's energy thoroughly, securely. Discard such cosmic notions swiftly, merely ensure protective oils survive intact, wonderfully preserved, sufficiently carefully. Natural vibration amidst faintly dried berries, hum protective energies, humming harmonic whispers, lowly gliding softly. Seal basket tops firmly, tying hemp cords, crossed 7 times, symbolically guarded deliberately. Histories whisper forgotten protective rituals, performed hawthorn pendants, shielding newborns against nightmares, creeping devotedly, attached securely. Strange trinkets seem unnecessary fluff, though tradition carries comforting echoes, resonating warmly, gently, peacefully. Today's ritual feels simpler. You secure wellness scientifically, proven reliable, completely adequately diligent, assured utterly. Lantern light flickers drowsily, task nearly complete, exhaustion brushing tired shoulders, quietly creeping, unnoticed, softly. Hold final berry cluster thoughtfully, spotting 7 veins. Imperially, perfect plainly blessing granted kindly, tonight happily. Cradle specimens, reverently. Nature's intricate artistry, revealed meticulously, dried, carefully protected, eternally thankfully, adored, thankfully, complete, finally, faithfully. Store basket, away securely, berries, nestled, safely sleeping within gentle darkness, awaiting dawn selections, newly inspired, quietly promising, hopeful tomorrows, waiting patiently. Dawn arrives quiet, except for treacherous dew, settling everywhere secretly. Your fingertips brush lavender, stalks gently feeling unexpected damp beads, sticky cold. Morning mist clings stubbornly, delaying hopeful dryness, planned yesterday confidently. Water droplets cling stubbornly to purple buds, threatening fragile petals softly. This moisture slows the process unexpectedly, adding hours, potentially wasted reluctantly. Lavender rejects, Gaveriang humidity pauses, declared loosely. Workers groan, anticipating Master Shen's stern analysis, swiftly approaching. Recall those celadon jars waiting, impatiently demanding filled contents, rightly deserved, patiently. Du seems a thief stealing precious drying hours, mischievously felt personally. Apprentice Lin mutters softly, iconic Cantonese curse, warming empty air, briefly, amusingly. In medieval Europe, monks dried herbs indoors, beneath cloistered arches, famously avoiding such problems carefully. Still, Banhuyang valleys gift unpredictable moisture conditions, uniquely challenging. Consistently, guardian spiderwebs span fragrant racks, jeweled suddenly, with tiny captured droplets shimmering brightly. These crystalline accidents refract sunrise weakly, casting faint rainbows amid silvery, green tangled beautifully. Worker Chan points humorously, fairy tears greening today's tea. A SK, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter fixed. A laugh ripples brief tension, released among drowsy-eyed apprentices, gratefully smiling faintly. Fringe herbalists once believed dew held magic, mixing herbal oils, subtly redistributing essences, mysteriously. They called it sky milk, claiming rumored potency, especially for local love charms, laughably doubted currently. You flick a droplet gently, watching it vanish into thirsty timber, quickly lost, forever weakly. Historians still argue whether classical song practitioners sought dew-soaked herbs intentionally or merely tolerated its nuisance, reluctantly endured. Focus returns. The dampness impedes progress, undeniably felt, crucially real. Swift bamboo mats flap downward, covering racks hastily, shielding spearmint bundles, sleeping soundly. Hands move efficiently, skilled routines, practiced countless times, mitigating surprise, moisture aggressively. Worker dew adjusts, hemp canvas, creating little rooflets, sheltering lemon balm clusters, softly nestled, inside protected safely. Lavender tolerates wetness somewhat resiliently. Proud Greek heritage, facing Mediterranean storms, bravely forgotten locally. Ginger roots endure rough hides tougher than Han Dynasty leather armor, famously constructed sturdily. Yet chamomile petals weep visibly, bruising edges, turning dishonorable brown, nervously threatened. Prioritize fragile blossoms, rotate baskets toward gentle breezes, whispering potential salvation, hopefully destined lightly. Feel strands beneath fingertips, changed magically overnight. Verdant green deepened silkier heavier, soaked unexpectedly. Your nail scrapes a rosemary stem, revealing hidden moisture lurking deeper dangerous. Pinching technique practiced yesterday proves useless momentarily. Water clings. Inside, stubbornly hidden cleverly. Worker Gao sighs, recalling palace pharmacy mandates, rigid daily dry weight percentages. Historically, set strict parameters, rigorously imposed meticulously. Dawn moisture throws calculations, recklessly useless, instantly filed away, unhappily. Master Li shuffles nearer his experienced gaze, assessing draped mats, silently observing accuracy, critically. One leathery finger pokes, exposed ginger roots, slowly. Approval, clicking, softly, softly granted, mercifully, graciously. Cat Wu stirs near catnip bundles his tail, flicking disdainfully, avoiding damp spots, knowingly widely. He sniffs faded chamomile gloomily, denied cozy scent heightened yesterday, warmly remembered fondly. Sun peaks weakly, promising stronger beams, scattering lingering, mist hopefully arriving, soon enough preferably. Air currents flutter moist herbs softly, carrying displaced bee scouts, buzzing, confusedly stumbling blindly. Though inconvenient, dew brings curious scents, strangely amplified, temporarily attractively mingled, energetically. Lavender releases deeper aromas bitterness, softened mysteriously, intriguingly postulated loudly. Worker Tan inhales deeply declaring, opium poppies fed such dew-charmed sleeping, dragons, historically, dubious tales earned Heduyang frowns, immediately silencing fantasies, firmly applied harshly. Patience orbits racks like cautious ghosts, waiting diligently. You watch dampness evaporate, vanish slowly, predictably, progressing naturally. Sun strengthens steadily, warming bamboo lattices, dutifully shielding treasures, temporarily thoughtfully arranged. Racks breathe audibly, timber releasing trapped humidity, released freely upwards, silently recognized, visibly. Master Shen shuffles closer, examining lavender again, scientifically minded, intensely focused, entirely. His knotted hand pinches stem tip expertly, assessing resilience, returning, triumphantly signaling recovery, beautifully achieved, correctly. Delicate petals regain sturdy form, drying resumes, rhythm obeying vital cycles, rightly timed, proficiently attentive, successfully. Workers smile ruefully knowing lunch gets postponed gracefully, without protest heard, thankfully accepted resignedly, willingly. Practical solutions conquer minor drams, much like Renaissance apothecaries. Hung herbs near smoky fires, counteracting fog, wisely learned, experimentally, reluctantly acknowledged, eventually. Fringe concepts fade quickly banished, beneath pragmatic herblore practiced, daily reliably situated, thoroughly, competently trained, cautiously. Tingyong apprentices roll mats swiftly, clearing view showing dawn's theft, diminishing, gracefully, vanishing swiftly, reassuringly. Historians debate nightly due benefits, though practical realities govern Banhuyang Hall discipline, strictly administered, judiciously, correctly. Cat Wu finds his favorite sunspot, pouncing onto dry racks victorious king, fortunately reclaiming territory, decisively, re-established, eagerly, centrally. Light embraces racks warmly, dew's brief mischief, defeated by reliable sunrise warmth, chasing dampness, away, effectively. Sunlight now warms confirms the rack's uncontested, that morning dampness, just a fading memory swallowed by heat. Your fingers hover near lavender, stems ready for the day's essential test, unfolding. Pinching begins a gentle pressure between thumb and forefinger, pressing softly hangul ka chiut, enus hangul ka I, enus hangul ka a, enus hangul ka penus. You feel surface dryness, welcomingly deceiving, like crusted snow hiding sludge beneath treacherous. Dig deeper patiently, past papery outer layers confidently. True dryness hides cunningly within woody cores, resisting surrender playfully. Worker Gao observes nearby, whispering ancient secrets, past whispered master to apprentice through generations lovingly. Egyptian kings stored dried herbs meticulously, using pinch tests, ensuring longevity against Nile's greedy moisture, famously successfully. Yet each stem guards its mysteries, demanding slow intimacy, politely requested. A woody snap sounds promising audible, but reveals deceptive cracking skin, betraying expectations sadly. Your nail probes gingerly, searching for underlying moisture, weeping silently. Bend that rosemary twig slightly, feel resistance, slack, not crisp satisfied. Failure feels limp, a sponge, unwilling, releasing its burden, reluctantly surrendered. Moisture lingers deep within vessels, transporting vital fluids delayantly. Apprentice Pan sighs impatiently, earning a sharp glance teaching forbearance, wisely deployed briskly. Fringe herb mystics once swore squeezing stems, emitted energy signatures, measuring life force. With embroidered silk sleeves, laughable claim, dismissed wholly today. Patience, that's the technique's heartbeat, drumming softly, persistently, essential goose. Ko Youngsungda news. Master Lee's hands demonstrate art fingers, dancing lightly, balancing pressure impossible scales. His touch remembers 99 seasons, perfecting calibrated instincts wonderfully. Pinch that hawthorn stem midway, rotating slowly, listening to fibers reacting. He sujna enus spaces, too hard bruise fragile tissues, regrettably causing costly bitter release sting. Too soft, deceive yourself falsely about lingering wetness, threatening future spoilage disaster, impending. Historians still argue whether medieval Arab herbmasters invented modern pinch methods or simply refined Persian knowledge, rigorously debated, endlessly, pointlessly. Truth lives in fingertips, knowledgeable reading stems, like blind scholars tracing sacred braille, accurately needed. Ka Chunyohen news. Laughter erupts, unexpectedly worker Chi comparing dried bergamot to stubborn toddlers, resisting bedtime, unreasonably despite fatigue. Ka Subki news. Her joke eases apprentice tension, visibly, muscles unclenching, remembering joyful humanity. Ka Gumsahabnida news. You explore time sprigs, rolling them, gently feeling leaf resilience, testing boundaries securely. Calloused fingers learn landscapes of dryness varying, each herb unique personality, demanding specific negotiations politely. Chamomile petals yield different clues, silken softness, signaling perfect wellness or imminent decay ambiguously. Recall catnap, wu glaring when disturbed, an invisible moisture, consuming enemy interrupting peace, fiercely hated passionately. Observe chrysanthemum, heads curiously, petals resisting crimping, preserving pristine beauty, protective armor. Pinch each stem base discreetly, avoiding damaging floral crowns, readily breakable. Kagabe, news. Success whispers through fingertips subtly, a reassuring crisp surrender, caressing nerves. Kadupyan enus. Failed tests sigh damply, fat droplets forming betraying improper storage negligence. In Byzantium's grand pharmacies, pinching masters earned gold salaries, guarding apothecary reputations, expertly maintained treasure. Ka echeanus, ka durunenus. One apprentice mimics duckling waddling, his heavy-handed pinches, amusingly earning dried grass verdicts judgmentally. Ka hate kalim inus. Correction comes gently like adjusting harp strings, seeking harmony tepat. Sun climbs higher, warming racks intensify vigilance, ascends sharpening senses, alertly. Golden ginger rhizomes tempt fools' assurance amazingly. Their leathery skin hides moisture well inside bunkered holdouts. Ka homhomienus, ka sapihienus. Apply pressure sideways thoughtfully, finding hidden soft spots, yielding moist confessions suddenly. Ka punchuenus. Technician Ong records daily checks, scribbling observations, using charcoal sticks, vanished centuries, later forgotten secrets. Workers swap horror stories charmingly, mistaking foxglove dryness, triggering emergency night shifts, infamous, regrettably taught harshly. Humor cushions diligence lightly, though softening labor's relentless demands, gratefully recognized thankfully. Ka yakkenuyenus, ka usum inus, ka pienus. Now test lemon balm bundles critically, pinch leaves separately, then stems collectively, synchronously. Notice veinal differences starkly, moisture pooling, where capillaries meet slyly hiding. Ka chinsitu inus, ka sumdihi inus. Your fingers acquire desperate scent memories, evocative. Every herb brands its oily signal onto skin, hauntingly. Ka chisak chahin inus. Failed batches compost reluctantly, never reaching sacred teapots destined, auspiciously planned beautifully. This moment's accuracy matters utterly, preserving lifetimes of herbal wisdom wrapped within velvety pouches triumphantly. Ka kutchum inus. Twilight awaits racks softly. Another day's patient pinching weaving, tomorrow's soothing brews dreaming peacefully quietly. Ka hum inus. Cool twilight drapes over drying racks, their daytime labors complete peacefully. Final inspection approved herbs bask in approving nods, awarded gently. You witness honored selections transferred to velvet-lined trays, reverently, each specimen scanned twice, ensuring perfection critical. Workers move silent as temple monks soft-footed, aware solemn rites commencing vital. Hear bamboo whisks clacking ritually, drawing forth flavors, latent patiently. Kachadung news. Those velvety pouches, open ceremoniously, unveiling dried treasures, promoted wisely. Chamomile flakes cascade like gold snow glowing softly, fragrant dreams cascading downward. Ka winhui inus, fingers crumble rosemary needles thoughtfully, releasing pine-scented memories of hot Mediterranean cliffs. Fiercely, Ka gungjihen nus, ginger rhizomes offer sharp warmth, eager fighting evenings, creeping, chill willingly. Ka sungna enus. Never rush sacred tea preparation meditationally. Each motion flows deliberate calm essential. Tang Dynasty. Nobles enjoyed tea tournaments, famously scoring whisks, creating mountain fog foam artfully. Ka sengtyukyong enus. Modern patience needs similar focus deeply, beyond hurried gulps careless. Ceramic pots, pre-warm, awaiting herbal communion, warmly inviting. Water boils whispering secrets, barely audible, never raucous rolling bubbles admired. Gentle steam curls, call decorated pots, securely sealing tastes precious. Ka pakwinsa nus. Tonight's blend honors master ruse, centuries-old formula, meticulously. Harmonizing four corners theory wisely. Ka gyunhyangdakin enus. Observe petals softening, surrendering colors, gracefully. Amber surrender, swirling slowly. Sun-dried chrysanthemums, blush liquid sunshine, warmly, infusing cups, promising tranquility. Ka winsengda enus. Historians still argue whether Song Dynasty tea masters oxidized leaves deliberately or prized immediate freshness deeply. Ko sangda enus. Your sip solves nothing scholarly knowingly, only comforts flesh gratefully. Foam crowns your cup ephemerally, stardust, dissolving too fast, regrettably. Ka puli enus. Worker Jin jokes softly, mistaking a floating ginkgo leaf for sleeping caterpillar comically. Ka usupke nus. Watch twilight deepen indigo, outside widely. The tea's warmth spreading through chilled ribs gratefully. Ka tasuham enus. Emperor Huizong once wrote an entire tea treatise while neglecting famine relief. Tragically, his obsession misplaced profound. Ka umehen enus. Steamed lavender sighs aromatic relief deeply. You feel tension, escaping shoulders released. Ka goyoham enus. An elder blesses the ceremony, humming softly, calling herb spirits thankful, appreciative. Fingers cradle warm ceramic lovingly. Wisdom transmitted steaming slowly. Ka chanchanhi enus. Ka chungba enus. No sugar violates these blends' integrity, naturally. Pure truths needed nightly. Ka pityoham enus. Every careful drying day culminates here alive, calming flavors, released completely correctly. Ka satunghanen enus. Last year's failed chamomile batch whispers cautionary tales. Indirectly, quality triumph feels sweeter paradoxically. Ka monsoon nus. That honorary monk gesture surprises charmingly. Wu pouring tea for sleeping racks faithful. Empty drying structures sigh softly awaiting dawns. New harvest promise. Ka ituhumsi enus. Ka naku enus. Cool shadows claim the medicine hall naturally. Moonlight silvering emptied racks, peacefully dreaming quietly. Caught chemdem he inus. Caught chemden inus. Moonlight bathes emptied drying racks, their bamboo spines gleaming silver softly. Cool night wind brushes bare lattices, carrying distant cricket songs tenderly. You watch frail dust motes swirl, dancing over smooth timber beams unhurriedly. Herbalist Wu moves among silent structures, clearing ghostly leaf fragments reverently. Her fingers brush wood grain gently, sweeping memories of rosemary dreams slowly. Fragrant echoes cling faintly, like lavender's sleepy perfume fading delicately. Recall Apprentice leaves panic earlier, dropping chamomile petals hastily. That cat under ginger root shelf, XIV yawns widely, still curled near chamomile warmth, faithfully. Worker Jin pads softly, stroking racks, whispering bedtime wishes fondly. No rush stains this ritual motion, lifelong. Clearing racks builds tomorrow's foundation, essentially. Historians note, Tang Dynasty healers dried herbs, shared their beds oddly, trusting night breath, enhanced energies secretly. You grin, imagining peppermint-stuffed pillows, absurdity, vividly, schoolroom naps, suddenly exciting beyond reason comically. Those contoured trays hold empty promise warmly, awaiting dawn's green arrivals expectantly. Wu examines wooden joints knowingly, testing pegs, secured tightly always. The meditation hall clock chimes 15 times softly, marking midnight's deep watch clearly. Experts think Roman bathhouses burned rosemary, bundles, fresh nightly, purifying steam welcoming guests lavishly. Your fingers itch, recalling root carving blisters inadvertently. The sting vanished under aloe, granted mercifully. Moonlit cracks highlight ancient tool scars, faintly centuries of harvests witnessed patiently. You notice a dangling silk ribbon loan, once binding lavender tightly yesterday. Wu coils its length precisely, storing pink remnants thoughtfully, ceremonially. Here maple rafters shift settling, creaking harmony, old timber breathes always. That craftswoman Shui builds racks, acclaimed locally, each sold for 5 gold coins, honestly. Gusts flutter cobwebs, ghostly dust fairies, fleeing new sweeps prudently. Historians still argue whether Mesoamerican dream temples stored herbs ritualistically or pure practicality, one priority, undoubtedly. Wu hums a folk tune lowly, shepherding racks toward dreamscape tenderly. Remember Apprentice Ming's cough syrup missteps, bitter brews cured fast thanks ginger's sharpness sharply. Tonight's silence feels earned richly. No hurry ruins Wu's choreography delicate. Leaves rustle outside teasingly. Phantom herbs, jealous resting time, allocated. You spy Wu bowing toward sandstone ovens respectfully, holding wrapped ceremony, ending quietly. Cold flagstone chills, bare feet, suddenly, reminding mortal limits, humbly. Medieval peasants drank chamomile tea nightly, trusting sleep curses, banished effectively, superstitionally. One insect scout buzzes overhead uselessly, detecting 0 floral treasure rightly. Fragile remnants drift downward slowly. History returning into earth gracefully. Racks absorb moonlight deeply, quilting themselves for tomorrow kindly. Workers hung cleaning cloths, collectively, ready dawns wash kneading them crucially. Wu pads toward her cot softly, leaving her wooden charges peaceful guardianship faithfully. You hear timber sigh, settling into dream weaving, patiently drowsy. Moonlight now seeps through resting racks, warming bamboo, grooves softly silvered, cool air fingers, bare lattices, a gentle sigh with cricket song woven gently. You trace dust spirits floating over old beams worn smooth slowly. Herbalist Wu drifts among silent frames, clearing whispers of sage dreams tenderly. Her palm touches wood grain, stroking faint print of French lavender delicately. Ghost fragrance lifts lightly like rosemary's gentle farewell fading faintly. Remember Apprentice Lee's harvest day haste, his spilled chrysanthemum shower soon forgiven. That Gingerhall kitten stretches sleepily, warmed still tonight by dried petal glow mildly. Worker Jin hums, knuckles brushing racks, wishing sweet dreams softly. No hurry touches Wu's nightly tending dwelling, clearing racks is dawn's familiar invitation sturdy. Think of Tang healers once slumbering beside herbs nightly, believing night breath enriched subtle potencies sacredly. Your mouth curves recalling child naps, clutching spearmint pillows, school desks dissolving into laughter, magnificently silly. Empty trays cushion moonlight warmly, waiting dawn's bright gifts faithfully. Wu traces corner pegs quietly, her older fingers knowing tension wisely. Far meditation bells toll, 10 times muddy deep night, accepting silence easily. Experts believe old Roman bathhouses, burned peppermint bundles, fragrant steam greeting weary guests welcomingly. Your thumb rubs unseen root-carved bumps, younger hurts faded away mercifully. Moonglow catches tool, scars lightly, countless harvests witnessed patient protection enduring. That frayed pink silk ribbon flutters weakly, holding yesterday's parted bundle weakly now. Wu folds its fading length carefully, tucking last into hemp cloth warmly. Hear rafters shifting, settling, sighs timber groans again nightly. Remember craftswoman Shui, her racks bought for 20 gold pieces, fairly across this valley, deeply. Wind whispers over Lamsir, leaves nightly, dust, fairies hurrying from Wu's calm, sweeping cleanly. Historians disagree over Aztec dream temples, storing herbs for holy ceremonies, or simple farming groundly. Wu sings lilting tunes lowly, her voice rapping rack children softly nightly. Recall Apprentice Ming's cough tonic mishap, spicy ginger fixing bitter, brew thankfully sharply. Tonight's stillness tastes, earned strongly, Wu's tasks, unfolding unhurriedly, sweetly, leaves murmur outdoors teasingly, almost jealous pathways silent nightly. You see Wu bowing toward stone baking places, low, a soft farewell ending duty's tidy cool stone, chills soul feet gently, a quiet message heard rightly. Folk drank chamomo L, brews long ago, nightly, trusting nightmare bands, invariably quietly. Wing Scout buzzed, searching hungrily, finding zero plant feast rightly. Fragile leaf shadows drift soilward slowly, life, returning home, softly freely. Racks drink pale moonlight deeply, resting blankets, made starlight warmly nightly. Cleaning rags hang waiting neatly, dawn wash needing companions, crucially faithfully. Wu moves toward her bed sleep motion softly, her wooden charges resting beneath moon vows friendly nightly. You hear timber breathe, settling watchful, till dawn breaks patiently sleepy.